Hello everyone. How y'all doing today? I am very excited, y'all. We are entering an absolute bonkers case today. As we start off the endgame of GAA Chronicles, but, you know, we're gonna hang out a bit, give a couple minutes for people to slip into chat. Hello Kosek, hello Blues. Yeehaw, let's get this train wreck rolling. Oh, you know it. Look, chat, I have brought over the unprecedented move of having pizza on hand, ready, waiting, because we might be in this for the long haul. Because we'll see how far we get. This case is 4 investigations long. So, like, you know, we'll see how far we get. But I'm all set, I'm comfortable, I got ginger ale and other drinks. So, it's gonna be hot. And we're starting out strong with this dude giving 2 gifted subs to Dragon Wolf and to Dendral of Cthulhu. And this dude, go celebrate your birthday. Like, we'll be here for a while, so if you come back and want to join, we will be here. But very happy birthday. And yeah, go enjoy that. We will see. Gonna be at like 6 Central? Well, we'll see. I don't know that we're gonna get through all 4, I'll be honest, right? I don't know how many we're gonna get through, but if we can, we're gonna get through all of them. Wolfie, look, those Euro time zones are rough, so don't feel obligated to. The VOD will of course be here, but other news, definitely, we're gonna get as far as we can, but I think we basically covered all the history in this game. We'll talk about this more as we start rolling into it. But right, I don't know that there's a whole lot more history to do. We just have a really hype case. We just have a really hype case to do it. So let's settle in, let's have a good time. And though if you notice anything historical or have other questions, we can totally talk about it. Just make sure you ask. Okay? Actually, I did want to check one thing before we get too into it. By the power of the Google. Perfect. Alright. An ice cold take to start us off strong. An absolute frigid take to match the frigid day here in Boston. I think it is not a cold interpretive take, to say that this game has been pretty unconcerned with staying true to the Sherlock Holmes stories. Because while this next case is in fact a Sherlock Holmes reference, and in a shocking turn of events we will see a lot more actual Sherlock Holmes references, by and large, right, Sherlock Holmes is broadly uninterested in being as dapper, as put together, or as competent as Sherlock Holmes. I think that's sufficiently cold. Absolutely tepid take. No spice to it all. Even my Norwegian heritage is not bothered by that level of take. And with that, let's roll the intro and then get in. So hello everyone and welcome to Loop History. As always, I am Adam. And we're playing Great Ace Attorney Resolve, starting Case 4. Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. So, it's going to be extremely hype. We're going to have a nice chill stream, be live for a while now. But if you miss any of it, the VOD will be on Twitch for 2 weeks, and then YouTube after that. If you're watching the VOD, we appreciate you. But if you can make it live, it is more fun. We stream 3 times a week, doing a wide variety of historical games. If you really like this stream, do make sure you follow, subscribe, and tell a friend. We are so close to 2,200 followers on Twitch, and I would love if we could hit there by the end of the month. If you really, really, really love the stream, do make sure you support us by heading over to patreon.com/LudoHistory, and signing up there for as little as $2 a month to help keep making this possible and keep making sure that all of those shiny new games that we talked about yesterday, and all those shiny big budget games that are coming up in the next year, are able to be streamed on here so we can break it down, take a look at the history in and around them, and have a good time. Alright? But now, without further ado, to the game! Episode 4, Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. Ah, Wolfie! Celebrating the hype with no fewer than 10 gifted subs. Hi! Well, let's have a party and chat for this while we get into the game. Actually, while we talk about the title of the game. Because this is a double whammy of historical references. Historical reference number 1. Ace Attorney. The main villain of the first game is named Von Karma, and I think it's impossible to say Karma in an Ace Attorney context without thinking of our boy Manfred. The other half, though, is a reference to an actual Sherlock Holmes story, His Last Bow. So, while that is not the story that we are going to see referenced more, it still should think of it as we are pulling into the endgame, because His Last Bow is one of the final Sherlock Holmes stories written. So, it is very much thinking about the end of Sherlock Holmes' career. That's something we're going to talk about a little bit later. Good morning, Arif. A bit sleep deprived right now, but you'll try and stick around to the end. We appreciate that, but understand we'll be here for a while because there are 4 investigation parts in this case. So get ready.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Yep, you saw that right, chat. There are no fewer than 2 Sherlock Holmes cases immediately referenced in the opening blurb, a 3rd in the title, and then 2 plot stuff. 2 extremely relevant plot stuff. So, yeah, this one's dense. This one's got a lot of Sherlock Holmes in it. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Cosima regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. The 1st November, 10:24 a.m., Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. And the wacko? Hello? And also, yes, big thanks to Wolfie for all of those gifted subs. Professor Mikotova is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father... Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer of the professor, you mean? Oh yeah, by the way, chat. Reminder from last stream. Kazuma Asoki is 1, not dead, and 2, the son of the serial murderer, the Professor Moriarty. The Moriarty stand-in, Genshin Asogi. I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Makotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. You love that Susato and Ryunosuke are having this conversation in the lobby of this enormous hotel. It's absolutely great. Though, then again, they're probably speaking Japanese right now, which means that they're relatively, unlikely to be eavesdropped on. They haven't actually said, but right since she called him Kazuma-sama, that's usually a sign of that they're speaking Japanese in the localization. That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows that. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. Well, no, wait. There's no way he knows that, Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke! You do know, he was on a boat 8 days ago. He was in the Atlantic Ocean. Unless if they sent a radio transmission to the boat, there's no way he knows that Kazuma has regained his memory. Ryunosuke, do you think Yujin Makotoba is magic? It is a 50-day voyage. Ah, there she is. Oh god. Oh god, Sashiro Jigoku is buff. Oh, father. Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted that you've arrived safe and sound. Hello, Mr. Naruto. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh, no, not at all. It's my pleasure. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. Professor Makotoba looks so good in period-accurate Victorian menswear. I know, right? Actually, both of them look incredible. Both of these characters just look incredible. The superstarched color, the slightly tinted pink pocket square, the little pin in his cravat, it's perfect. It is as Mastressa points out, Mastressa, of course, knows far more about Victorian fashion than I do. It's the most accurate clothing in the game. Also, he has a little prosecutor's pin badge or prosecutor's badge pin in his tie. And then Sashiro Jigoku hitting us with the enormous defense attorney double-breasted black suit coat is whew. I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, let's see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? And why do I feel like I've seen him before? I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. The firm tap? What? Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty. You... The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Your Excellency! Hello, Judge Goku. How are you? It's been a long time. Good, you've remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. Didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. So thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Eugen? Of course, Judge Goku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago now came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Makotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a long time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Oh, I knew you were jealous. Sorry? Ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour. Guilty as charged! Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Yes, now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved in 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Yes, could you tell us any more about it? Hang on, before we talk to them, That desk is known as the hotel reception. Anyone wanting to spend the night has to report there to sign in for their stay. Oh, so do you think that's the head clerk behind the desk there? Yes, I'm sure it must be. I'd love to stay in a grand hotel like this for a little while, wouldn't you? Just to know what it's like. If the hotel fee was paid through our stipend, I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland. True, London gives the word expensive a whole new meaning. Come on, it's not that bad. It's only, you know, one of the most expensive cities on the planet. Look at those cases just left on the trolley. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am. Have you seen the porter over there? Don't worry, he's obviously keeping an eye on everything. No, what's a trap? Designed to catch any chances he might be tempted. Why did the porter give me such a scathing look just now, do you suppose? Well, some might say you look a little suspicious with your jet black clothes. Not everyone clad in black is some sort of a ninja with intent to steal, you know. It's so fancy. It's so fancy. Hey look, is the Crystal Tower? Definitely not the Eiffel Tower, I don't know what you're talking about. Have you seen all those sparkling jewels up there? They must have gathered every gem in the world for that. It's called a chandelier, I believe. It's designed to provide elegant lighting in large, spacious rooms like this. So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room? It's probably electric light bulbs are actually throwing the light. If I tried to hang something like that from the ceiling in the office, it would be scraping on the floor. I think perhaps chandeliers aren't for you, Miss Naruto. Rolled. Really? I can't think. There's nothing out of place about the ginormous suitcase? Come on. Look at that. It's a picture of the Crystal Tower. Well, the Great Exhibition is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. I wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of scientific achievement in so many ways. There's a 20-meter tall chimney on the bathhouse near my lodgings at Yume University. The attendant is always boasting that's the tallest object in the neighborhood. I'm sure. Do you know that over the channel in Paris there's a tower that's 300 meters tall? What? How many times taller than the chimney at Yume Soken Hot Springs is that? If it's that tall, how does it draw properly? The smoke will get stuck, surely. I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruto. Hey look, they actually referenced the Eiffel Tower. Which is arguably at what year is it at that moment, except that that was long enough ago that it's not that big a deal. We'll give it a what year is it anyway. Look, Ryunosuke is saving the brain cell. He's loaned it out so that he can have it when he actually needs it. So, how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anybody's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. So you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? We did... Why? What? Why would you stop in Paris on a steamship? How would you stop in Paris on a steamship? The Seine isn't that wide. You would stop in Dunkirk, a place that they have referenced repeatedly as the stopping point for people going... Okay, so they stopped somewhere, they traveled overland to Paris, they stayed in Paris, then they traveled overland to Dunkirk, and then they went from there to Dover. Yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international, event. I'm very proud of you, Father. It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited. I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the Professor of Forensic Science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. Nah. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Cosimo's father, I suppose. Also, Professor John H. Wilson, have you forgotten? The Professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Cosimo's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Osoku. Genshin? You knew, I presume, Father? Yes. He was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Does he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. No, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. Then one day he came to my office at the university and said, "I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there." Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know, but when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh? What? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks. What? What? That's news to us! So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try and ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive and here, in London, you say? I never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, seems he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Kazuma's been these last few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. There was Yujin here, Genshin Osagi, and myself. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for that generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at the Great London Hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Not more tougher graves. Very often, there's no wheeling to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden, his name was. He was a good man. Yes, but then of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Ba-ba-ba. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. No, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll go for the porter then. Just wait here. Susato-san's gone off at a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course, it must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Suzato for me. Keep looking after her, as you obviously have been. No, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Suzato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes. Suzato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time, I think. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind, so perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. Hey, Magistressa. Well, in practice, your comment last week about, gender inequality as existing in Japan only. I think this is their attempt to acknowledge and deal with that. Acknowledge that this is a historical time period that is actually globally, not certainly in Western countries, not great at it. And to say that, yeah, Makodaba is leveraging everything he's got in order to let Suzato do it anyway. That doesn't hold up in the mechanics of the game, but, they at least acknowledge it too. Also, on Father's Day, well, I completely understand, Professor. One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Don't... really? Of course, what can I do for you? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. Miss Suzato. Now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Yes, of course. God. Ryunosuke looking so nervous. I'd like to thank you for coming along with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It really made Father very happy, I think. Well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Makotoba was about to ask me something. It is the omnibus driver from the jury, I think. And also outside your way. Hello. Welcome. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Ines will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Sholmes is sweet. Yeah, it's definitely the same model for the guild guy. It's not entirely clear to me that's supposed to be the same person going from the head of one of London's transit guilds to a random porter from the hotel. What was that? A man screaming in a most unflattering way. Do you think... Could it have been Mr. Scholes? Oh my, I do hope not. Ah, I don't want to do it anymore! Mon ami. So this is a disgraceful display, eh? Who are these people? Look at the hair. It's bright red. I think they might be clients of Mr. Jones. Right, you two, you're coming with me now, down to the clinic. No, not in prison. It's dark and devil. I don't like it. The darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared. But you are always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and find a staring heist. I don't like this. I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Bye, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you're a great detective. Sir. Tina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Susie, and me now. Hello, Iris. We're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friends. Oh, well that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Ah, yes, of course. Gina, my beloved. It's so great. Dr. John H. Wilson. Set! Iris, all that remains now is the greatest of problems known to man. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Sholmes, what have you done? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? Do I have a chroma searchlight on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Uh-huh. Stick figures. Still cheap apples at the market. Still stick figures out the... Presumably still deadly poison. Still deadly poison. Okay. Anything new here? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Now there's a mysterious pince nose, a mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit. I think the last one might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. Magistressa, I'm in the middle of eating food. Please don't make me laugh. This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circled in red ink there? It's in an advertisement card. It says to the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but... Is something on my face? Clearly this has something to do with that lively hair. The mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. You ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? Can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coolly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? Yeah, well, as long as that stopped us. Uh-huh. The iris table. Uh-huh. Good job, Sholmes. Good job. Well, I think there is not so much left here to explore. You also missed the tiny lad, but glad we're back to normal clothes. Look, Magistressa, doing the alternate costumes for this case feels wrong to me. For the most of the game, the alternate costumes are fine, but for cases 4 and 5, it feels wrong. As much as I wish we had Tiny Lad on his regular outfit, because he deserves it, it's just not right. The stakes are too high for the comic relief outfits to work. Mr. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Just a pair of petty criminals, nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions? But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my, you are the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally. You should have Gregsy to come too. We could have had an interesting tea party. I did send words, but no answer was forthcoming. The man's constantly in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha! I have it. A bungler. That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good? I wonder what the men did. What was that about the greatest surprise known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perhaps? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. Come on, it's been 30 years, since Charles Darwin. It's a revolution. Oh. On the Origin of Species was published in... Hey! It actually works out! Wait, in the shocking turn of events chat... They're right. 40 years ago, or 40 years after the publication of On the Origin of Species by Charles Darwin, would put us in November of 1899. It's a miracle, chat. Can we get a bless? Can we get a bless in chat to celebrate this miracle of what year is it actually giving us the correct date for a change? According to his author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? Well, sort of. Indeed. And from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why, is it not obvious, my dear madame? The problem of friends. I mean, fair. Completely understandable. As my rent is going up next year, I sympathize with Mr. Sholmes. But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from them? Those bills only the other day? A large sum? One part of the Iris and a new music for me later, and all this has quite disappeared. Sholmes, what? Sholmes, what? Chat! Apparently I was wrong on it with we covered most of the history today. Yeah, okay. Sure. Sure. Okay, so according to the rapid Googling, looks like in the 1890s see the introduction of motor cars to the United Kingdom, with the first production sort of starting in 1892 and the first successful on the road by 1895. That being said, from 1895 they proliferated rapidly, and in 1896 is the first recorded there's the first recorded speeding ticket issued in the United Kingdom. So, that being said, they are pretty much custom built, because in 1895 we would actually be predating, the Ford Motor Company Model T, or Model A, I suppose. I think Model A is older, right? That's 1927. But yeah, right, the Ford Motor Company starts in 1903, and really kicks off in the 1920s, so, the American automobile industry still is in its infancy, and at this point, right, you have, Mercedes and Benz created a horseless carriage that actually doesn't have, like, a steering wheel, that's in production in Germany in this time, but is still extremely hard to get, and we are at the very, 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 very cusp of automobiles being functional in England, but what an enormous custom expense for a dubious game. Honestly, Holly, you know you squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least. And what was the answer? Why, there's a substantial clue before your very eyes. Don't tell me. Let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There's one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end? It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. Also, yes, chat, as decided, collectively fuck Henry Ford, and that is good taste. Well done, chat. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint. I'll be trying my hard if the charade goes on much longer. Fine. Fine. Nope. Present. Examine. Beautiful. On the account of the request of the late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, United States of America, there is now another vacancy open which requires a member of the League for a salary of £4 a week for only nominal services. All right-headed men who are sound in body or mind above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at the Live Park on Lime Street. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Jones. To the red-headed people. Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. At last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, I'm quite indispensable. Observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? Oh wait, heck. Is there a... Here the articles have a public health report. Despite the condition of the City of London itself last year has been a positive year so far in public health. There have been fewer cases of consumption reported when compared to this time last year. Smallpox is at an all-time low thanks to the vaccinations offered at the smallpox and fever hospitals. Okay, okay. Another historical reference. Another newspaper, more historical reference. So. The smallpox, this presumably... Post-dates us, the one here that you can't actually read, suggests that gives us a what year is it of after 1881 and probably quite a bit after, because the smallpox and fever hospitals mentioned here are established due to a smallpox epidemic in the early 1880s. That being said, we are many years after Jon Snow discovery that there was a strong correlation between contaminated water and the prevalence of certain diseases after the Great Cholera epidemic of the 1860s? Indeed. But, sadly, cholera is still around. Also... Hey look, compulsory vaccination. Well, that's not at all controversial in 2022. But compulsory vaccination is for the greater good, as history has shown that something or other. The latest research findings are leading to hypotheses both from the Teaching Hospital of London. There is emerging consensus among doctors and scientists of all nations whereby the theory of miasma is being soundly rejected as experiment after experiment has yielded conclusive evidence in support of what physician Jon Snow had concluded many years prior, that there is a strong correlation between contaminated water and the prevalence of certain diseases. In fact, latest news to arrive from the continent is consistent with our own research into the so-called germ theory, by which minuscule microorganisms are the actual causes of a great many illnesses. The medical community has already begun in earnest to identify and categorize the tiny creatures, as microscopes also continue to improve through the dedicated work of London's famous instrument makers. We expect that in the coming years, improved instrumentation will allow us to see the germs with further clarity and in greater detail as never before. So, it's just a research report. There's also fashion. Someone complaining about walking sticks up here. And however, I will say that the shorter length of overcoats recently has been a great boon. The convenience and freedom it offers while preserving warmth and fashion is highly pleasurable indeed. So, fashion changes. Op-eds about fashion. We love it. We love it. Also, fuck you, Adam Smith. Laissez-faire has taken rid of the last few decades. Oh no. Oh no. Tragic. Alright, the lie you told. Hey, guess what? I don't care about your red hair, I have a problem. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us... I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. That case aboard the SS Buria in January. Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, the side effect of the long comatose days was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew, but how? After they carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh, horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you, I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Yeah. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes? So, what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've circled? You noticed it in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Don't lie. £4 a week? But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. But surely every red-headed person in the country will be flocking to join that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put my application in at once. So will I. Just on the off chance. No, Cisato. Brain cell? You are the keeper of the brain cell. Don't do this to us. It might be stretching the point, I think. The trouble is, if I have a fixed number of members that we see, don't see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to try and join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No? So, why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Miss Naruto. Though it pains me to admit it. What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Scholes? I'm glad you asked, Mr. Sato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. In the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair a flame like red. Would you like to try it? It'll make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. I think I'll pass. But Mr. Scholes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Amateurs are always hampered by such fears. Oh, I should have never doubted you, Mr. Scholes. You mean to say? But of course. To earn 4 pounds a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely. I do cocaine, my dear Miss Susato. So anyway, Henry looked full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. Fall apart on Main Street where the Red-Headed League was interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk like a Costa's orange bear. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. When the panel of interviews saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock-Schultz, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" So, naturally I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. Oh dear, what a disaster for Harry and those 2 redheads. Mr. Shaw, as I mentioned before that you were expecting a guest today? Indeed, Miss Susato, that's correct. Not another of those red-headed gentlemen that were here before? Not at all. They were petty villains. The guest I'm expecting is a client. Oh? A young woman who wishes to appoint the services of this great detective, no less. Oh, how wonderful, Mr. Scholes! You must stand and observe the fashion in which a great detective receives his customers. Must I? I have you in my clutches now, Brent. Just to have you in my clutches, redheads. That hearty laugh is masking rather sinister thoughts, I feel. You know, the lady isn't due for another hour yet. It feels like you must wait around if you have other things to do. Oh hey, hi Barack. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. Oh wait, sorry, this is Benzix. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zeek's doing here? But there seems to be an awful lot of tension over here, wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more attention. God, that modeling stance on Van Zeek's. Look, the man has never been not extra. Why would he start being not extra now? My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. No, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord, right here. Kill me now. He clearly does ballet, he's in 5th position. Matrissa, you know he did ballet. It's obvious that he did ballet. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. Yes, continue, Brownrose. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madame. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeeks. I will attend at once. Just glare at me. He gave you a very gold star as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything. Have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still a service? Mr. Naruhodo! Ah! You know, I need more pizza after that one. I'm sorry, I just can't. Who has the brain cell? Like, that is not having the brain cell, and then there is not having the brain cell. That was the second. Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Saib. Of course. No, right, because clearly Suzato has the brain cell right now. Which means Ryunosuke doesn't have any brain cells. But, he could at least pretend. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Saib's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. It would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zeeks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. No. Missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now? Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. It sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. And cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World. He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You've never been as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. Oops. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Saib at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years. Really? Would it really? Would it really? One coroner does not do that. Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked that it happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's police when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. Where's Cosmo? About Paul Van Sleek's apprentice? Ah, yes. That came as a surprise to me. I must say that you and he are old friends. Did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Sleek in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my, so he stowed away to get here. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues to who he was. Come on! He was presumably still wearing the headband. The rapidly flappity headband should immediately give him away. Like, he generates his own breeze for his headband. You can't say that. You can't possibly say that he's unidentifiable or has no clues. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Sleek's. That way, I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Sleek's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Sleek's. I have high hopes for his future. Isn't the headband wrapped around Karama? No, Karama just has a matching wrap. I think. By the way, do you know when he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. I take it you also didn't know. But the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Well, time isn't wrong as the first forensic crime laboratory was established in 1910 in Lyon. Neat, Blues. Good to know. But isn't New Scotland Yard's founded before then with not a full laboratory, but at least using some investigative techniques, right? So that's like 1901, 1902 that Scotland Yard gets reformed. So, you know. Genshin Asagi. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Asagi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. There was such awful murders, and the unprecedented... using a ferocious dog as murder weapon. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand? Correct. However, it had to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a mass murderer? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. Snacks. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. Huh. Alright. Goodbye! Aha! Here's my guest now. My latest client, with money to spend. Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating. Save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Oh hey look, it's one of the jury members from last case. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, please, oh, please. Please find my husband, he's run away. Lord. To upset me? I beg your pardon? Never mind, a personal matter, my apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruto? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madame, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Mrs. Otto? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yes, now you come to mention it. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure. Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madame. Begging off for the case to solve is reward enough. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence. I will of course make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be... Oh, me? What I'm about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand. Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. Oh, I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Sholmes also does not have the brain cell right now. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Forgive me for asking, Miss Vigil, but have we met someone before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh, why? Pah, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah! I knew I recognized her! To have a man's face... Oh, right, she's Southern. Mother, I forgot that she's Southern. Oh gosh, I'm golly, it sends shivers down my spine. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more. Robert is very early 1880s natural form? Okay. Now look what you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be pretty of you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Tell us about your husband, madame. Mr. Fidgeon, like daily, is... By the way, daily and evening. It's the daily vigil and the eve vigil. If only it weren't, Actually, I want to check. This may not be these game spawns. Oh no, it is this game's spawns. It is just this game's spawns. In the Sherlock Holmes story that this is derived from, her name is Mrs. St. Clair. And instead of Daily Vigil, it is the person in question is Neville St. Clair. I have a photograph here. Entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh! Your dress is the latest style. No, it's not. No, it's not. Your hair clearly regularly groomed and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he's become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that's exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. Oh, guys? That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder? That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Indeed. I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments? So you mean capital punishments? At such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes. Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it. Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. No. Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we're discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me. Ah, pay no heed, madame, pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? Oh no, wait, chat. Chat, do you think it is due to the sudden presence of the brain cell, or the complete absence of the brain cell, that Ryunosuke is accidentally bumped into the fourth wall. What's your vote? What's your vote, chat? Brain cell or no brain cell? Because here we are, that fourth wall just got walked and got absolutely bumped. And we have here the duality of chat. Lily Spaceborough immediately says the lack of brain cell, and Magistressa immediately says the brain cell. I'm glad we're all in consensus. So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry? Yesterday? That really is reason. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. Not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, this has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever could have happened? My dear Miss Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for one day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. In truth, Miss Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. You seek only to put this sweet's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Miss Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir. Fear not, madame. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure. So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, Alyssa. If you'll be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've simply been marvelous. You know, I think it every time, Harry. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely give the girl woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of day tomorrow. If by that time I successfully locate Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Would you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. Ooh, hey there, dude. It's good to see you, friend. Buckley Prison's where that notorious man was incarcerated. The Professor. Red-Headed League. This dude. Red-Headed League. An old warrior from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. Well, very peculiar. Indeed, but nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. on to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you... It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally right. Aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out in with this hair. I mean, fair. But didn't you go to Lime Tree with that hair? That was a quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Our hero. He has a deerstalker for a reason. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing into a lonely burial ground. And its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Chat, this is what I would describe as, ominous. This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was down here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me? Do you ken who I am? I'm the governor, barricaded. Hmm? Oh. Yes, it's a pleasure. Red Oscar Narhado, defense lawyer. And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean... Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes? Well, there is not any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. I didn't like to be so direct, but I've no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners. Now get out of my hair. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago. Benjamin Shogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known. You're sniffing around about that case, aren't ya? You're agents, eh? Part of the Professor's Great Web, no doubt. No, not at all. Just get going with ya, before I punch your lights out. We're going! We're going! Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Let's get some proof to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden? What are you thinking, Mr. Otto? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Hey, wait. Professor Makotoba? Professor, why are you reading, like, a 2-week-old newspaper? What? Literally, that's the one where, with the lost cat, and, when Van Zeeks was attacked. That's like 2 weeks old. 10 days old? Ah, hello you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Jagoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taking himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today, goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison? Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. No, would you? That would be wonderful, if you have time now. Certainly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? Now, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know? Sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Makotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? That's not a fallout now. I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Thank you. Good luck, man. That tracks, Ryotaro was bad at hiding his thoughts too. Exactly. Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, first class cabin MO1. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st November. Why did... What? If it's the same boat, if it's just the Grouse the entire way, then I once again must ask, how did they get to Paris for how did they get to Paris for a layover? If they're on the same boat the entire time, from Yokohama, Japan, to London, with a stopover with the boat in Dunkirk. The ship was put on a train for a while. This makes perfect sense, thank you. Thank you for explaining, Magistressa. Yes, I think you called it Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. Yep, real fast repairs. So I think it's been over a year, almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree, I have mine safely in my diary. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Ah, well, how strange, where can it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Professor Makotova has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he'd at least called you a nice young man. I'm really not sure that would help. Also, no, we should actually present that. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden? What's this then? You can't open the wool of my eyes, you good for nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba? There. The young jock from the forensic laboratory. That's Mikotoba? Yes, exactly, him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. Eugene Mikotoba's daughter, Susato. James, you're the young man's daughter? And you didn't think to mention that before. What, you're saying barricading is a pretty good pun? Yeah, it is. I do apologize. Ah, well, you'd best take a seat then. May I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? didn't forget to try out the wee handcuff biscuits. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who it was from the outset now. Then, what can I do for you, Head? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I have heard nothing of the sort. There's names and persons in my prison. Oh god, I'm so bad at Scottish, y'all. I hate that it specified that he was Scottish because I can't do Scottish. I'm so bad at it. Oh, but how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Vigil? Get good? Yeah, thanks for the advice. Appreciate it. That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Aye, of course. Polly? I never have expected to find a parrot in a prison. It must be the governor's pet. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner. Let me out! Did not kill me! Says the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells. Oh no, he's one of the 3 siblings, you see. I don't go to the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time. Right. Let me out! Did not kill me! Aye, I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Didn't you, dude? This grandfather clock is... It's fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down. It's modeled on the guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can chop. Heads off? Heads off, you mean? Hours now! Get rid of some harshness and so forth. Ow. If you place a large carrot at the bottom there in the mud, by evening it'll be cleaning too. Well, the blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then. Didn't do it has done nothing wrong. An axe, a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs? That's a daunting collection. Ah, there's a story behind every one of those. You mean the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon? And the axe was because was used to mobilize a fierce four-legged beast when I was arrested? I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruhodo. Not those kinds of stories, Jimmy. That axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree at my house. Mrs. Cady wasn't a bit pleased. And of course on the list of the ones I got my first burglar back when I was a bobby. Those rooms were a little different to those you imagined, I think, weren't they? Just to my relief, and in some small way my disappointment. Suppose these are all former governors of Berkeley Prison, are they? Either that or former inmates of the governor sent to the gallows. Oh dear, all such severe expressions I really couldn't deny their possibility. Especially the one on the extreme right, whose expression goes beyond severe into a new territory. That one's me. Ah! I'm terribly sorry, sir! Is it a prerequisite of the job, perhaps? I think it's a severe expression, I mean. Of course it's not, although it is taken into consideration. A lot. Hysterical. Incredible. Love it. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison? Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder. Sorry, did you say was? Aye, he does not work now here. He left the job. Oh, hi. When was this exactly? There's the question. When was it about? Couldn't have been much less than 10 years ago now? What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? Oh yes, I minded. I haven't heard the fella's name in all the time. That's a worry if he's gone missing though. But Miss Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps Mr. Naruhodo, that's why simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given it was 10 years ago. Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. So, Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean he was dismissed? It was after a particular walk. Sorry? A walk? Aye, that's a word for it here. A walk to the gallows. An execution? We used to drill the Chief Warder to prepare the gallows tree and never see any executions, you see. Only, Vigil did something unthinkable on the last walk he was manning. What did he do? I'm sorry, but I can't reveal that information. I can tell you that it's very rare for a Chief Warder to be relieved of his post. But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't ken anything about that, I'm afraid. Could you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? How will that be in? The last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am, but I'm not at liberty to answer that. I see. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine, but you seem to have been well acquainted. The dead in the prison and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research, do you ken? Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of St. Sinner's. Still in use today. St. Sinner's? That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right, we've been there. A good man I have to use the ride in the carriage to negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. I used to sit in there for hours and get on the big section and such. Oh, it takes me back. Or a pot of tea and a plate of cough biscuits, of course. How charming. He was a good fellow, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin Asagi, I suppose. Well. Sophia! Hello! It's good to see you, my friend. Can I tell you anything else? Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one moment before you're away, Hen. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Am I going? I'm going good. We are, as you can see, we are playing Grey's Attorney. Mostly just hanging out, having a good time, honestly. I'm super busy these days. I've been meaning to stop by your stream a bunch, especially, right, you're playing Plague Tale right now, right? So I've been meaning to stop by, but I fly to Europe in a couple weeks for vacation, so I've been a bit tied up. Ah, found it. Here today, this is the wee souvenir of your visit to the prison. What is it? As Vigil dismissed on notes. 10 years older now, of course. Oh my, are you sure? It's no trouble at all. It's not the original, mind. Vigil dismissed on notes has been entered into the court record. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. Well, I think we ought to return to Bakersfield for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Vigil. What will we tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Move. Sholmes is sweet. Free the bird! Free the deer! I'm afraid it may be a bit late for the deer. We're back! Hello, you two. Oh, I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for a song. Can I get to not like this in the chat? Greetings, my dear fellows. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Say nothing! Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. Anime protagonist Herlock Sholmes. It turns out it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my. Pray, tell me, one of our order, Fred, have you gotten some new information? Yeah, something very surprising in fact, though it's not a patch on your hair to be honest. It most certainly isn't, but still let's go for that. Sholmes! Oh, sorry, that was Gina. Drop everything, Sholmes! This is more important! Gina? I can't believe it! What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. What do you mean, Inspector Gregson? The boss he's dead. What? They just found his body, shot with a pistol. What? But Inspector Gregson? He was murdered? No, not Gregsy. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson he was really shot? I didn't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there investigating the scene. Where did this take place? Oh, they're renting a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town. Nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case, though. The thing is, no, not the odd, there's nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss he was so good to me. I know he ain't up to much yet, but one day I was going to show him I become a proper detective. Oh, Jenny. So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They go on already. Already? They've caught the shooter so soon? Oh, we just reported something was going on. The boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who awful person did this? I still can't believe it myself. Gina? It was the Reaper. Oh no, Lonely Space Borb. Wait a minute, you don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it? That's right! That Reaper Blade's gone and shot the boss! No! Lord Van Zeeks? Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Baroque von Zeeks the police have arrested? I saw him with my own eyes, in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They had the gunshot apparently, and when all got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. But there's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Thank you for informing us, Mr. Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. You gotta help. It's a detective's law to appear whenever some sinister plot is unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Schultz. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, huh? How could I let this happen to Gregson? Gregson? Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later then. Inspector Gregson dead. And Lord Van Zeeks arrested. Reno! Susie here! I called you a handsome, it's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mr. Zato? Yes! Things are stressful now. So yeah, chat. These are the stakes. These are the stakes. The victim of the final case is Inspector Tobias Gregson, and the defendant is Lord Baroque Van Zeeks. There he is. Lord Van Zeeks behind bars. So, it's true. He really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. The Lord Van Zeeks. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened, that Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell then? Was it something related to the case? This? The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with this information as to share case details with the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain. Of course, yes, I keep forgetting they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So, let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zeeks never mentions his words, but they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Ah, you think it's reading your letter from your college boyfriend? Ah. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Six? What happened? How much do you already know? We know the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street. And that you were found out by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshot. Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot, obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise. However, before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. Oh, after all, you're not representing me. You're just going to need a lawyer, though. Okay, but we're totally defending you. Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Six? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Hey, it's actually a plausible number. Edgeworth, take notes. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked. Surely not. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths. Did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may have come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? After the trial, Professor Harry was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. Look! Godot's win record is the best win record. 0-0 never lost a case. Godot's is the funniest. Oh my god, he's so terrifying and cool. How many cases he tried? 0. Bro, what? It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your astute little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right, he's in Abe now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Herring is safely back in Germany now. He is. So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Six, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes! I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people, so I'm quite sure you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you, Nipponese. But please! I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper. Find out more about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Whee! Fresno Street Room. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life? Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Schultz anywhere though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Oi! What do you think you're doing there? Everyone then draws to go be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. All the space above the ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, and you'll never get open the house looking for dead when the owner's out of town. Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Oh, so you've turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long for myself. Hello again, Gina. Schultz has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around here, pointing at stuff and flicking at the eye of his, and then just scarpered. Well, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, he has not say nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigate too? Listen, Otto, you're a lawyer, right? Yeah. Huh? Well, you're not thinking of trying to out Black Reaper bloke, are you? Don't. Poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, Marvin Zeeks really is responsible for this crime. He will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Otto. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. Excuse me. Oh, Inspector, oh man, I can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Excuse me. Sure, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Right. Perhaps I better leave you to your work, then. Oh, excuse me. If you're looking down notes from the Great Beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust, look. I think it'd be fair to say that it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Oh, it's a photograph stand. This must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. Ah. What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are! Look, Mr. Naruhodo, quickly! Why do I feel like this one is familiar somehow? Brain cell, Ryunosuke. Of course she's familiar! We met her early this morning! Duh! It's Miss Vigil! This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say I have no idea either. This looks like some kind of newsboard or something. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Mr. Naruhodo, look! It's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here, and details of prison inmates! Yes. In fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Small newspaper cuttings? Oh, this one here! Yes, the advertisement, you mean? To the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax spattered on the wall behind, look. I suppose if a bullet has hit it. It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Ugh. Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off of this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is! A bright red hairpiece. Though the fact that it's found right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And such a flame-colored red too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently also, isn't it? Exactly, this is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. So, I suppose this is where the victim... That's right, the rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. And would probably be under Dr. Syle's scalpel by now if it not for what happened last week. From the shape of the rope, it appeared that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Ah, are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruto? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Susato's sound is so strong though. She's taking this far better than I am. This is presumably the murder weapon then? Oh my! It is real, I suppose. No, I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. That's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruto. Fire a shot, Susato! You were the chosen one! You had the brain cell! Who is keeping it right now? Is Van Zieks holding onto the brain cell? Is it Van Zieks? No! 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 If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Probably safer to just ask someone who might know, I think. Oh, what's this? Oh, it appears to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way. Seeing us on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zieks playing with something like this. Hey! No. No, Chad. Susato may have forgotten, but we never forget. Lord Van Zieks is explicitly known to have played, with painting all the little miniatures from the last case. We know it. It is completely, totally known. It's only about 8 centimeters tall, but it could have fallen out someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It's rather delightful after all. In a way. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsuna's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least let in some light. You could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsuna now. Well. There's some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. The firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Narhado. You always want to see what lies beneath, do you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use a lot of birdline to keep it in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? Pew pew, pew. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, blah 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 blah. So I'm more familiar with firearms. Also, the helmet of the charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Also, somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around too? For fun. Huh? What's that? It appears to be some sort of key, but it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not that size. So what is it for, I wonder? This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. Very tiny and simple key. What's that little key doing inside the figure of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? Amazing. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. What, obvious as a garlic link? That's why I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. No, yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, did it here? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I can't really know much about the box till then. But turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that. He did? Yep, and ever since then, he started going on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So, what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he's got a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look what that man did. The respect for the Reaper? And what by it? I didn't say as much. I take that off to that fella, with his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the book says this why he respected the bloke. I didn't realize that Grayson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me and all, but I didn't need to worry about the Reaper because he only goes after people who are bad. You can't set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's been rented by some cove called Ubu. Ubu. It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that, isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time. If ever. Right? All the letters from the Yellow Paladin to get stuck into the investigation, but it's still little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I wonder. Yes, Mr. Zotha? Well, it could be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Grayson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I'd never even considered that. Nice work, sis. We were actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that anchored it. We should really investigate this place in detail. I see that's where the poor inspector was bound, over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what got him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck the candle tree on the wall. No, yes, it's blown all the candles apart completely. And the gun used is down on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? Can't deny that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. Well, I don't know what to do with myself when you tell me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. There's a big wig woman or whatever they said so. Why don't you ask him? A big wig woman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs under that window there. There's some street sellers just outside you with the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they all turned onto the yard for questioning, that's why. Oh. We'll be talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting grilling. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The rest of the yard will just want to know what you're sneering for and you'll end up for grilling them all. So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Blah blah blah. What is that? Evidence? Aww, Gina. Still just more evidence. Fail. Alright, she's completely useless. Let's go talk to Lord Strongheart again. Again. You've made good time. I took an express train back to London. Can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train, so I can check all the paperwork. It's... Kazuma-sama! Ah, your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zeke could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zeeks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh no, surely not! It's truly a regrettable situation. Tomorrow the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Kazama? Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution. That's right, chat. The last piece of this absolute shit show of a case is that the victim is Inspector Tobias Gregson, the defendant is Lord Barrock Van Zeeks, and the prosecutor is Sword Boyfriend. Sword Boyfriend Kazuma Asogi is the prosecution for this final high-stakes case. Wait. What? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Of law. That words. Kazuma-sama? A prosecutor? I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or has been, at least, until now. Now, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow? That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. Imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I've no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be the one assigned to the trials. God, Kazuma's outfit just fucking rules. I'm sorry, dual-wielding swords, this military outfit, the cravat, the whole thing is it's not as cool as his other outfit, but it still freaking rules. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact. You were quite right, Miss Makotova. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused of one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution? Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Oh, yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zieks? That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Miss Narhada, be direct. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we're having it as a closed trial. Prevent them from thinking that we're closing ranks. In our closed trial. You know. The one that everyone's looking at. So we hid from view. Exactly. You've nailed it perfectly. There's no contradictions here. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. No. Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Zieks? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defense is no proof that's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zieks. So this is the standard issues. I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with the unique serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. It tells us that must have been issued longer ago than that. Alright, so it's a more than 5-year-old pistol. We still know nothing about it. Q. Gun safety, folks. Is there anything else I need to do here? Besides talk to Cosma. Cosma! I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Cosma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here, to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way I was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our path will cross again very soon. It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. It's a closed trial. There is no public gallery in a closed trial. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Before you go, Ryudosuke. No, what is it, Cosmo? I just wanted to thank you. Cosmo-sama? What? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead, and you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. I actually have a favor to ask, which is... this trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel. Why? What's all this about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. Aww. They're cute, chat. They're cute. Look at how baby they are. Look at baby Varrock. That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson. And in a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person? It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. He had the scraggly hair, and the bright cheerful smile, and Gregson hadn't found the Infinicone yet. This is pre-Infinicone days. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryudosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter. You've been gone quite some time, though. And Epic Sauce FTW, thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Japanese. Oh, sorry, I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow. Well, thank you. Found me through OSP and the Mummy episode of Movie Struck? Yes, that was loads of fun. They're dear friends of mine, and I'm glad you made your way over. As you can see, we are playing Great Ace Attorney Resolve, and we are talking about, Sherlock Holmes, because that's what this is based on, and various other historical aspects relating to the development of forensic science and late 19th century social history. It's been fun. We've covered a lot of it in previous episodes, but if you have questions about the period, please feel free to ask, hang out, make yourself welcome. I don't promise answers, I'm a medieval historian by training, but I promise to do my best. I've got some folks here who help out excellently. Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This is nothing to do with you. The science in this is a trip. Well, it is 2010 steampunk science, so yes. Now, Wolfie, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub to Epic Sauce. Have emotes. You now have access to the best collection of medieval marginalia on Twitch, so enjoy that. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less. Though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Cosmo Asogi. Asogi? That made the color drain from his face. Well then. Seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father. So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court? I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew the young man's true identity from the outset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? So, that name is the very epitome of my pain. The pain that is you, Nicholas. Right, your hatred of all of us Japanese. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor. The so-called professor. Assigned to an investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi? Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he assented. What do you mean the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the Professor Case Inquiry, Lord Mail Strongheart. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. The Tree must have seen you zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, time passed. I know you mentioned Sherlock Holmes. Learned a lot about him from Fake Grand Order. Math, where are you? AC, where are you? Let's start reading the actual novels. Study Scarlet is wild. and obviously trained in martial arts, but yeah. Apparently active in England also. How Japanese martial arts made its way to England in the late 19th century? I'm not entirely sure, but my understanding is that martial arts in Meiji Japan is sort of held up as part of the re-establishment of, oh yeah, also you, Blues. You're the FGO person who's actually here. Oops. Anyway, my understanding is that as part of the religious and cultural quote-unquote revival of Meiji Japan, part of that is an establishment of specific types of like martial arts as aesthetic cultural practice tied to the re-establishment of Shinto and the invention of it as a unified religion, and as Japan is navigating itself as a modern industrialized empire country. A lot of that means trying to export it to everything, including trying to export as much culture as possible to the other imperial powers. Given that Japan had been quote-unquote completely isolationist, apart from the Dutch, for centuries at this point, until the Americans kind of forcibly sailed a battleship into the harbor and said, "You're open now." There's a big fascination in England and America with Japanese aesthetics. It's very orientalized. They don't regard Japan as a legitimate empire, broadly speaking, but you may be importing this really exotic martial arts technique. And then it goes the other way around, of course, where Western arts with mix of elements, boxing, jiu-jitsu, cane fighting, etc. Okay, Bartitsu. So, also, there's a little bit of Conan Doyle completely not knowing what he's talking about. You know, that's a thing. Conan Doyle does love not knowing what he's talking about and being bad at spelling. Cause, yeah, he just kind of invents stuff. He just kind of invents stuff when it's convenient. And also, by the way, Hermagistus, thank you for the follow as well. Just so you know, chat, we are 11 followers short of 2200, so tell your friends. Let's see if we can't get there. I believe in us. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, you should arrive in London. But you, and of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. For so many years, that hatred had festered inside me, I could no longer control it. And I can understand why, now I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asogi, I am the bane of his, the Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Oh, he claimed about Harry Houdini. Exactly. He was friends with Harry Houdini, but I'm not sure he understood how Houdini did magic tricks. Which of them is in jail? Barak Van Zeeks is in jail. This has been the prosecutor for the last 2 games. He is now in jail, because it is an Ace Attorney game, and therefore, of course, we need to redemption arc the prosecutor at speed. So yeah, also our best friend who died earlier in the game is the prosecutor. Also, the victim is actual Sherlock Holmes character Tobias Gregson. It's great. Redemption arc speedrun. Actually, I feel like this redemption arc is actually fairly earned, in that they don't overdo it. They just let our edgy vampire sad boy actually build up to having a at least somewhat plausible, if not justified, reason for being kinda giga racist. And then, you know, the arc is not done at the end of the game. So, you know, there's that. I certainly feel like this one is earned, and I am, like, willing to let the redemption arc work, because I think it is certainly one of the better executed redemption arcs among Ace Attorney. Huh. A 1901 Times report titled Japanese Wrestling at the Tivoli, which covered a Baritsu demonstration in London, has spelled the name as Baritsu, which is likely where Conan got it from. Well, at least it was someone else being bad at spelling Ramaji, and not Conan Doyle. We love to see that. Gregson's transfer to the Paris police prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh, yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean? It's the first time I've ever encountered it. No. The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. Hey, wait! Where's the Arsène Lupin references? This is 100% Arsène Lupin. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. The Paris police prefecture being really antagonistic to Herlock Sholmes, as they are also trying to, failing to catch Arsène Lupin, Master Thief, and Gentleman Troll, is so clearly Maurice Leblanc's work. I have no idea what the historical relationship between the two departments is. No clue whatsoever. But this strikes me as being our first thing that feels like an actual reference to the place that they got the name Herlock Sholmes from. Sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Grayson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at the yard. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time and rarely performed. My brother was, of course, a noble that made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So, he must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. It's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. I don't have confidence in anyone. Oh. And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me as only the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. What really went on between Lord Van Zees and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship? We know the answer to that! But the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Yes, that's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Stronghold informs that they claim to have misplaced your firearm? As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That... I don't know. I was issued a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose, or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Van Zeeks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No, this has nothing to do with me, don't drag me into it. Imagine getting roasted that hard. Getting absolutely dragged by your own judicial assistant. That hard. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese. Oh dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it? So it's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Lord Van Zeeks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother. Clint. It had to be, really. I mean, how can you not tell that they're related? Apparently this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know? Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time when things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. A brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. Naruhodo. No, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. There's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. This might be more in my repertoire as a medieval sage. Well, don't call me a sage. I specialize in Scandinavia. Why so much land so fealty to Charles I of Spain, 5th of the HRE? Spain, Netherlands, HRE, Burgundy, and more under his control for marriages and birthright way before him. How could the electors in the HRE or the people of the Netherlands expect him to be able to rule when he was focused on newly unified Kingdom of Spain and all his wars? Well, I mean, the Netherlands did kind of a little bit try to revolt. So, you know, there's that. But, basically, right, I'm going to quick detour from that. Actually, why don't we hit a break point, and then I will cycle back to that. Because we are close to a save point. When we hit that, I will answer that question. Okay? That which you see in the eyes of another across the court. A simple determination to know the truth. Walt van Zieks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now. Couldn't tonight, even though I dearly wish I could. Here is a loyal Nepalese who has absolute integrity as a man. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi. The man he idolized on the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Back then, I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plagued me. I looked into the future with hope. Since then, I protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo. I want to believe that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It will be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. For Lord van Zieks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. Alright, now, back to the medieval history. So, basically, the most important thing about, you know, the very, very, very late Middle Ages, where and the reign of Carlos I/5, is that basically all of the relevant places don't have a choice in the matter, right? Realistically, right? Carlos has not. There's no non-Habsburg ruler of the HRE for a century at that point, and so and he is the really the only Habsburg in contention. The election is little more than a formality, so that gets him the Holy Roman Empire. He is also the only heir to the throne of Spain, though obviously he's got some oomph for. Actually, I'm a bit too early, aren't I? I'm like one. Sorry, he is about to become the only Habsburg, right? Because it's him, and then is Maximilian the Third right after him? I'm getting my Carlos mixed up. Because Carlos the First and Fifth is like 1520-ish, right? Let me confirm that. Let me confirm what year we're talking about so I give you the correct information. 1500 to 1588. Or 1558. Yeah, okay. So. Yeah, okay. I am thinking of Charles VI, yes. But I am not incorrect about the circumstances. Maximilian I is super important here because basically Maximilian I is super important for the establishment of the House of Habsburg as the hereditary rulers of the HRE. And Charles I, or Charles V, rules for an obscenely long time in that position and solidifies the House of Habsburg as the hereditary ruler really clearly. Regardless, there still isn't a lot of competition for his election. Then, in Spain, right, he's pretty much the only heir to that, so he gets that. Netherlands are wrapped up with that thanks to other glorious marriage agreements where he just inherits land in all of these different places. And the thing is, though, pre-modern governance doesn't have a massive state apparatus attached to it. Pretty much, the principalities of the Holy Roman Empire are able to do kind of whatever they want. Right, they're kind of able to do whatever they want. When Charles V is not actually in the Holy Roman Empire to go manage them. Right, when he's not touring around to go deal with them because he's in Spain fighting wars, the principalities are left, broadly speaking, to their own devices. This is a good thing. This is a feature, not a bug. Right? The principalities of the Holy Roman Empire are not at this point really. I mean, there is anxiety over the Ottomans, but there's not that much anxiety over the Ottomans until they push up really far, really fast. In fact, right, they just recently had a major defeat. So, we're at a point where the borders seem to be stabilizing, and there's broadly speaking not that much going on beyond the usual levels of squabbling. And so having a largely absent emperor who's not ordering the principalities to go do stuff is a good thing. The principalities love that. The princes of the Holy Roman Empire will happily go forth and do their own thing. And then, the Netherlands still does revolt a little bit. So it's not like they exactly were super keen on this whole deal. The Netherlands did revolt a little bit. It didn't work, but the Netherlands manages to be an absolute bloodsucker for Spanish and the Holy Roman Empire's wealth, even when they're the same thing and even after the two countries split again. So, it's bad news. So, they shouldn't get too excited, right? While we're still a century before the whole William and Mary Glorious Revolution, etc., that still was the Netherlands revolting a bit. So, I wouldn't exactly call that accepting it. But realistically, right, pre-modern royal apparati don't require the king to be there because that's not how power is distributed. Power is negotiated within the king's orbit, and it is a mark of an extremely strong ruler to be able to project that beyond the king's immediate vicinity. That's why Charles has to be in Spain all the time, because he has to actually take care of that so that his power is projected around him. And he's relatively lucky in that the development of early modern military forces and mercenaries allow him to project that farther. But right, the southern reaches of the Holy Roman Empire are still having a mess because, northern Italy is actively participating in the Italian civil wars in this period, as the city-states squabble. A lot of those are technically under the Holy Roman Empire, but they're functionally independent or were recently independent themselves from the Holy Roman Empire. And so, right, and parts of the Holy Roman Empire were actively involved within those squabbles. So, right, that's all super relevant. Mercenaries from the Holy Roman Empire are being hired by everybody, including the Vatican, despite the Papal States and the Holy Roman Empire continuing to not be in good terms. And so, it's all actually, Burgundy kind of is able to go do its own thing, but yeah, by and large, right, the systems that allow projection of power through entire states and the formation of the concept of states is like a century away. It's like a century away, so you don't need to worry about it. There's one other thing. What are the benefits of the Netherlands? The big benefit of the Netherlands is control over the Baltic Sea, right? While it's not as much control as Denmark and the Kalmar Union, if you're trying to project power to the north, having that continuous space of Germany plus the Netherlands is actually really useful. Firstly, beating up, controlling the North Sea and the Baltic trade routes, and therefore propping up the Hanseatic League. And two, beating up England. Because the Netherlands is a great port to base privateers in the North Sea out of. And if you're wanting to harass the English Navy so that all that Spanish wealth is coming in from the Spanish colonies in Latin America, that silver that they squandered horribly, the Netherlands is the best spot on the Northern European coastline to do that. The Netherlands is super important, and that's why losing it is a big deal, because Danish and Netherlandish privateers are a massive thorn in the early modern trade routes. They're actually super cool. Fighting England, the most popular historical pastime. You're not wrong. Followed only by fighting Spain. And fighting France. And fighting the Ottoman Empire. There's a lot of fighting going on in the early modern period. So, with that digression out of the way, let's get back to the game. Oh, I forgot that there's a trial segment here. I thought this was just back-to-back cases. I thought this was back-to-back investigations. This is funky. Oh well, trial, here we go. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air today, isn't there? I suppose... Yes, I think so. Oh, right. Today, right, this one's public, tomorrow's trial is the closed one. It only would be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however, understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? That's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. Closed court. Oh, no, we are closed. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. How you may know my hair, Mr. Naruhodo, an outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem. It's to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You were gone for a while. Last you saw was giving the letter to the warden. What did you miss? A lot. So, we found out a whole bunch of things. Firstly, turns out Daily Vigil, the missing person, is, you know, has not worked at the prison for 10 years. So we found that out. We went back to Baker Street to tell Jones that, when Jeannie comes bursting through the door and says that Tobias Gregson has been murdered. And that the person who murdered him was Baroque Van Zieks. So, we took a look at that, and then went on a tangent about early modern Holy Roman Empire and Netherlandish everything. Oh yeah, Kosa. Also, the prosecutor for this case, since obviously Baron Van Zieks is not the prosecutor for this case is... drumroll please... Sword Boyfriend. Sword Boyfriend is prosecuted. You have no idea how much my stomach ails me at this moment. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I see London Celebrate Great Detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there's at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What in honor? And that would be... your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own. What are you trying to say? I was only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Oh, sorry. Who was this? Sorry to barge in. Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I assume. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Otto? No. Yes, Gina? Won't you agree to this, eh? Won't you take him on? This Reaper bloke, everyone says it was him. What killed the boss? I'm sorry, Gina, but I don't believe that. Well, if it went him, who was it? I don't know that. Yet. I don't care who calls him what, the Reaper's just a name, he's just a person at the end of the day. Since you're playing Ace Attorney, what was the Old Norse legal system like? Fucking garbage. To put it bluntly, real bad. It would make a great Ace Attorney game. And if it turns out it was him who killed the Goths, then God help him. Fiery eyes, indeed. Alright, quick digression. Another quick digression, because we're just doing that. Old Norse legal systems have no executive authority behind them. So cases are prosecuted at either the local assembly, the regional assembly, or the Grand Assembly in Iceland, all 50. When a case is brought there, the main thing is that you say the right formula, right? Yes, there is some presentation of evidence. Yes, there is a jury selection. 36. Let's see. There are 48 people in the pool for who could be the jury. 12 of them are chosen, 3 from each district, if I remember correctly. So there's a jury of 12 who all have to decide unanimously. And the lawyers will present evidence, etc. But the important thing is that they are speaking the correct formulae for it, otherwise they can be deemed a mistrial just off of that alone. Where things get real garbage is at the sentencing. If a lawyer prosecutes a case successfully, then they are awarded with one of 3 punishments. A fine of a few silver marks, lesser outlawry for a period of 3 years, or greater outlawry for a period of 20 years. An outlaw may be killed by anybody, but the primary responsibility for, confiscating the property and then killing the person is on the person who won the case. So the prosecutor for the case becomes the chief executive authority for enforcing laws. This is what I would call a bad fucking idea, but does strongly incentivize people to settle due to agreed upon judgments outside of court. Just don't drop the case, get someone else to agree to a settlement, and then call it a day. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. At least, that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Otto. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've got to find out who's done this and make the rich pay. So you can't beat them with a hammer in court. Weapons are not allowed in the court assembly space. But within a week, you have to go over to their farm and declare that they have now forfeited all their property and it's yours now, we swear. And if they fight you about it, make sure you do have a large band of people with you. But yes, also, poor Gina. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. Alright then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruto. 4 and 6. I know, I feel so bad for Gina. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. Epic Sauce, I've been rooting for an Ace Attorney game. It's such a dumb bonkers legal system that it would be a very dark, but also potentially very funny Ace Attorney game. All that misfortune, all that pain, unforced to collide headlong in this trial. The prosecutioner is also the executioner? Yeah, so typically it's the local chieftain, basically, who's typically the one who does the prosecution, though they can hire other people to be a lawyer. But yeah, right, the local big man, the chieftain, is the one who's going to actually go forth and do the thing. Because court cases have a habit of climbing up the social ladder at speed, and it doesn't get higher than the chieftains because there is no president, there is no executive authority, or police system, or anything. So the investigator, right, the person who arrests the culprit, or arrests the suspect, does the investigation, prosecutes the case, and enforces the punishment, may be the same person. And if that sounds like a bad idea, that's because it is. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. So, back to this case and this time period. This is going to be rough. Chat, this is going to be really rough. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial of the defendant, Barrock Menzies. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Governor-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bay has been scourged like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truth revealed by the proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions throughout the judiciary. Accordingly, they're to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present. By Her Majesty's direct orders. How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' bench shall remain vacant today. If no members of the public are present, then ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? Is there a particular reason I'm saying the stream has the incorrect game on it? Great question. Because that is not what I typed. I promise you that is not what I typed. Twitch glitched. Twitch glitched and said it was the wrong thing. Hey, it's fixed now, Dracon. Members of the judiciary. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. There is of course another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Cousin? Very well, let us commence proceedings. Van Zeek's made a scale model of the gallery crowd. He was up all night painting the minis. What can I say, Kozak? Prosecutor Osogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. I'll show you about the time of the incident. Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us knew. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. How was the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hard enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see. Yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Cousin Osama. We're not trying to use the gun as evidence when provenance can't be proven. Oh, Gregson solved the Professor case. I'm guessing with Storms' help. We will see. We will see. We are in the final 2 cases of the game, and they are one narrative, so you kind of can't avoid it. It'll just be told. Everything will be wrapped up in the next couple of weeks of real lifetime. You know. Furthermore, my lord, as I explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabra mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You'll submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When the policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Alright. We'll be here for a while yet. Honestly, probably like another hour and a half. So, enjoy your dinner. We will be here. A name, please, Counsel. Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Zieks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well, let the defendant take the witness stand. Kazuma is dual-wielding. He is extremely cool. And very extra. He's learned from the best, though. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Baroque Van Zieks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zieks, you heard Professor Asogi's opening press. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. And I'm sure the court will like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question. And what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. I want to look at the new things we got. Name Tobias Gregson, age 45, British, time of death. Unknown. Time of death unknown. That's helpful. Our coroner is Maria Goria. Oh no. Cause of death, victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Rush past the point of entry, bullet exited the body from behind. Boo. Okay. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. A month later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes? Is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. Remember just this. If there's no blood in this game, there is blood in this game. If the projectile hit the candelabra, the wall would be soaked. A good and reasonable observation. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word. It's laughable. What's gone into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Van Zieks has found himself in the exact same situation Vietnam's started in. But with one important difference. Kazuma Asogi does not believe in him. And Suzuki of Puns, thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it.
Hold it!
You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand that? On the day in question, you followed the victim to the scene? Well met. Thank you. As you can see, we are playing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, but I am a trained historian who has Google and knows how to use it. Let's be honest, I have to Google a lot of things. But we are talking Sherlock Holmes, and the history of Victorian London/Meiji Japan, etc., and some other stuff. So if you have questions, do hang out, make yourself at home, and tell us how you found the channel, too, because I am always curious. Now, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office? In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Seeks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man?
Hold it!
Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only just have gone down. It would have still been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed that the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Miss Naruhodo. There is a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there? Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Ugh, this is going from bad to worse. And you say that's at the point when you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct, and I foolishly picked it up. A foolish fool who does foolishly foolish things. Really channeling the Franziska von Kana on this one. So just like case when Gregson was already dead when he arrived. Definitely maybe. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to provide you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them has out their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. That's not how you spell peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. Hermagistus, the bullet has an exit wound, so the bullet has not been recovered. The bullet has not at this time been recovered. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. I did, and it almost gave me a heart attack in the process. You're also supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. Policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion. I was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? Then what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open, and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find out that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere. I have no idea.
Objection!
Objection. Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examiner has clearly revealed that the accused Barak van Zieks is lying on multiple fronts. What? What is that supposed to mean? Chat, it's a remix of Kazuma's theme. This is his prosecutor theme. It's such a bomb. Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. Now, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabra. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it being blown off by a powerful impact. We'll assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together. Which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burned out. That's right, when the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would have still been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabra. And the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board cover from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right, we saw it too. It goes without saying that the context of the police documents cannot be divulged. You're in a close court, it totally could. However, they include a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, this is starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all the documents on that board. Indeed, what is the common thread, counsel? They'll relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak van Zieks. All of them? And furthermore, all of those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord. Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper will claim never have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No. The truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards. Explain, counsel. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hat. What? Order! Very well. Anybody state the current opinion of the court. Mastressa, you just missed Kazuma completely fucking rolling us. Baron Panzix is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention. The defense testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Cousin has done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawn on experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's familiar. We just got through the first cross-examination, and Cosmo just freaking demolished us. Counsel, you will submit the board that you just ordered the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. Oh, what's this? It's not a look! No, yes, this is much of some sort. In fact, looks just like a handprint. And the color! That's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Oh, he's gonna get super insufferable. It's very funny. The details of whole round of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? The paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Shones had picked up. And do you remember there was a red hairpiece at the scene too? Was Inspector Grayson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand, witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Certainly, my lord. Alright, what are we looking at here? So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Rhymes, we don't use names. Project passion for the like garage. We're just free and easy, stuff we like, live where we want to live. I give them all the vacant status that will walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. Now, would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Poor Beppo. Aww. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to pass by, you know? Jaunty little tidbits? Can't actually smash it for you, sir. Get right up your guinness with this. Big fans of points, I know a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, so don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man, counsel. On my student stipend. The prosecutors make all the money in this universe. And yes, Blues. He earned the name Reaper of the Old Bailey immediately following the Professor case, so he has been called him. Prosecutors make all the money, though. Alright, sixpence it is. You won't regret it. Now you've got your listening ears on? Just between us, in Columbus Street I've just had twins. Oh, is that it? Oh, Ryunosuke gets bullied all the time. It's very funny. No, that's not it. It's gossip in it. It must spread. But that beats up to you in your mouth, of course. I couldn't warn you now. Well, now the juice you are. 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious. I am curious, yes. About what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. What about the next witness then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? B, on Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6 pence a pop, what do you say? Bruh. Bruh. By the way, she has committed crimes against fashion. Yeah. This seems to be a combination of references, right? Her character seems to be a combination of references to Hans Christian Andersen's Little Match Girl, and of course to the Grimm brothers' Little Red Riding Hood. Also though, fucking steampunk wear the corset on top. Just to really just make that work. To really make that pop. She's in old-timey anime clothes. You're not wrong. What'd you say? Do you want to exaggerating with little? Do they actually sell? Oh yeah, I was thinking you can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that they get 100, they could blow up the school. The little match girl fights back. Not the most savory of ideas, young lady. What'd you say then, eh? The part with 6 pence for a pop. What? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you can blow up the whole quarter hoop. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. Pay the woman, council. Chad, they're bullying me again. Right, I'll buy one. Another stop, right then, there's something a bit extra just for you. The fee is special, only 600 pence. Why are we because Ryunosuke is getting bullied by his best friends. And the judge. Is there not anything morally suspect about paying people for their testimonies? I mean, I don't know if this is paying people for their testimonies as much as paying people for the add-ons to their testimonies. You know, you get the base price testimony of what they're legally obligated and sworn to testify about. And then we get the bonus, which is to say, powerful enough fireworks to completely ruin someone's day. 600? It's the 100 of my regular fireworks, nothing little about that, is there? And there'll be nothing little about the punishment if I blow up the Old Bailey either. And the last witness. What name do you go by and what do you sell? I'm the think. I think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think. Because I stand up there on the street watching the world go on about me, they call me the Observator. Get out of here, old man. I don't call you sandwich, you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything? A problem shared is a problem half, as I say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no. Come to think about it. Pity. No more purchases today! Please. Kazuma had every intention of bullying us one more time. Oh, Kazuma had every intention of bullying us. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Frozen Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I know. Kosek, you are correct. Everyone did in fact lose the classic urban American game of is that a gunshot or is that fireworks? They all lost it. I suppose it is still a fairly new game, but it is rather depressing that they're all very bad at it. Have you any idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just... but it's being a special. I was wondering what 600 pounds worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? But she said I could blow up the courtroom. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like... I see, and thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what's going on and witnessed the crime. Won't be begging, I thought, just between us. Penis to my lip, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw! Well, what I think is, what you see is light and shadow playing with our eyes. Is any of it real? Very well. But with the former testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. We saw the whole thing from start to finish with it, everything from the moment I went into the building. It was less than a minute after the repack got inside that we all heard a big bang. Seems to me that Glick the dog is Glick the what? Get us a way to go and see what had happened. I ran to the room and there it was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared after death, me, so I ran off to find the copper. Why would you say 600 pence instead of 6 pounds? Ah. Well, ask the localizers. I have literally no clue. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barrock Van Zeeks. Pictures that were even in the paper. I know what he looks like. Just between us, folk love stories like this. I made myself a tidy sum already. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats in Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is currently the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone. Judgment the court has heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. So it's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed this crime. No! Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. Yes, my lord. In a close court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony, somehow.
Hold it!
Cosmo. When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Grayson and the defendant, Lord Van Zeeks? I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Grayson? Did they arrive at the same time as each other? No. The first round must go on like a good 15 minutes before we had that gunshot. I'm not sure why he went Australian for a moment. The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that? Oh, sure. Am I sure? Doesn't seem likely that I a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it? Yeah, his hair really was red, wasn't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even. That fiery red bulb still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute. I was saying the man was a redhead? What are you listening to? I think he was a redhead. A big trunk with him as well. But Inspector Grayson's hair isn't red, not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Grayson at all, but some other third party. Now, I had to break to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, alright. That's a red hairpiece. Ah, of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to wear Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then, why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? Well, it just seemed to suit the man, one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared? Well, your fellows will be watching the building every second, do you? We definitely saw him with Doc going in, though. No question about that.
it!
By which presumably you mean the gunshots? I saw these little things there. How would I know the gunshot sounds like? First of all, it sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you said that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building? That's right, it was almost straight away. Bang! It went just like that. Well, he's a Reaper, isn't he? It's what the French call a fait accompli. When Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we get the message. Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime. Yes, certainly an eminently credible motive. Great. Ribs are great. And at that point you ran inside, is that correct?
Hold it!
I will answer that question in a little bit, Epic Saw. Apart from there, Rips are great, by the way, to ask the question. Since the mentioned gunpowder, how do armies in medieval period, well, probably later Middle Ages, utilize muskets since they didn't have rifling effectively? Now, Oda Nobunaga basically had soldiers volley fire in Japan during the Sengoku Dai. I don't know what strategy for firearms was in Europe or even in the Ottoman Empire. We will elaborate on that in a moment, but spoilers, very similarly. Gunpowder is originally used as we'll do it right now. It's primarily used as artillery in the 14th and 15th centuries. Small arms do not emerge later. But by the end of the Middle Ages and the early modern period, you start to see a couple of different types showing up. Firstly, you have guns used as sidearms. While I'm not a military historian, other people can elaborate on this more. You start to have things used as sidearms. This is going to be often with light cavalry, where they're going to have some kind of like pistol or something, though pistols are not terribly high-powered. And then you start getting them incorporated into pike blocks, because pike infantry units are very common at the end of the Middle Ages and the turn of the early modern period. And so you incorporate harquebuses, very early string-fused muskets into those pike blocks, and they remain into this sort of hybrid infantry unit for a good long while. But artillery is definitely the big thing. As early as the 100 Years' War, you start seeing artillery being included on lists of equipment for military expeditions for the Middle Ages. So, when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too? Well, me, I'm a bit hampered, see, all the signs are that I can't move very well. You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? I'm not anybody, me. The signs are make me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am. So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago, then? I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. The King Henry student in the Black Widower's arms is just there. Oh dear, you made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises.
Hold it!
So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? I was. Kicked the door open like a professional, I did. I yelled out, "What's going on for you?" One of the exclaims all he heard was a man scream low. And was it dark inside the room? Nah, not dark at all, there were candles burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fellow collapsed on the floor. Just between us. It's the first thing I noticed when I got there. Ah, I see. Lord Benzie sleeps have not seen any such lights on the wall. next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Baroque Van Ziegs. That's right, Paleface replayed himself. I was a little shocked, I want to know, but I'm no lily-liver coward. So my granddad gave that reaper a cold hard stare myself. Your cat has joined me. That's good, because my Australian accent apparently has joined me.
Excuse me!
And it is very cursed. I don't know why I wanted to be Aussie so bad. But I know exactly why. No, I know exactly why. I've been practicing Australian and New Zealand accents recently. Because I do stupid character voices for D&D. And the current one is New Zealand. So, you know, there's not a good New Zealand, but it is New Zealand. So that is exactly why. I am just accidentally doing that all the time. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could do on with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something? Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. Well, what I think is, we're all nothing, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it? Oh, you Rodenberg, I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed it, and scrabbled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? Well, the floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck. You'll never forgive Ghibli for dapping out the fact that Hal was just a Welsh dude running away from a Scry program. I mean, that is a big mood. What? A pool of blood? But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still could give that Reaper a cold hard stare. And don't you forget it. Let's just go back a little. Did you say that you got blood on your hand? I did. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Ah, if I must. Yeah, Cosmo, it'd be too cool to look at us.
Hold it!
Nope, damn it, now I want it. You wiped your hand on the floor? Well, it was blood on his hand, that horrible stuff, and they might have all died on it. Not I. And you didn't think that might be a problem? Does it really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor? They'll get cleaned up in the air, won't they? Don't make such a fuss, that's a message from all of us. Is something wrong, Counsel? No, my lord. I didn't remember anything to report about a bloody handprint on the floor. That's all. Don't come at me with all that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off. On the floor. The blood. I wonder, could that be what happened? Let's narrow it up. Don't have all the answers yet, but I think we might have just uncovered a vital clue.
Objection!
So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room? Are you quite sure about that? Wait, what else do you expect me to vote on, eh? Does it really matter? The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Osogi. Ha! Got him! Certainly there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. You did right, that's my right hand. I'd know it anywhere.
Objection!
The witness very definitively testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant. Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the upright corner of the room, on the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position. Even if it had somewhere been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would be a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so it was basically right next to the corpse. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, Counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by... The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is. If the witness put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointing upwards. What? What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What? Glad you introduced your parents to Kiki's delivery service and they loved it. As they should, Kiki's is great. You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've had so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident moment. So, Counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
Take that!
This is the only possible location. Immediately adjacent to the doorway? Look, good thing they were fairly generous about that. If the court will think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room it was dark and he couldn't see the body. Boyack! If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection!
The accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true, or in his precise words, just as I picked up the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Bracing appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. That can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious. My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Ow. Order. Counsel, how's that not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room. Witness, what do you have to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. You stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. No. So, Cossack, the idea, theoretically, is, court record. Let's court record this up. The board is here. It falls over. He throws the door open, runs over here, right, sees the dead body, runs over, then notices the Reaper, and slips. Hand goes in here, and he reaches behind him to wipe it off. Boom, and then it just reaches behind him and then ends up with it on the top of the board, pointing that way. Right, that's presumably what they're saying. It is a bit wonky, I will admit. I didn't know anything about that notice board. I just put my hand on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, Pete. Just the sign at the crossroads of life. It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams sport. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we had the gunshot. So now if you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see. We can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. It doesn't pay to expect too much. It's a man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroy the world. That's what I think. And yes, she does just light the matches off her hip. Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, if the spore was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barock Van Ziegs. None of this ringleader of the board changed that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Duh. Most certainly, my lord. Right, well then you may proceed. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah.
Hold it!
When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just around the corner, see? The cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow the school to Kingdom Come. So I've been telling on them, and the teachers know what they're up to. Oh, you have? Yeah, well when I went to get out, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids will come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? What a racket. Of course, as long as the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives. Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. Well, telling bad-faced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Excuse me!
You know, broadly speaking... Now, chat. I'm not a legal expert. Don't ask me for advice on matters of the law. But I think, generally speaking, a witness saying that they're ever so good at telling lies while in the witness stand under oath is kind of a gimme for the defense. That's literally the biggest gimme one could possibly have. Something wrong with the sandwich? If I said there was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Sounds like perjury to me. Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Now, let's say there was a great liar. And the great liar said, without batting an eye, telling bad-faced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of her be a lie too? Or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a headless paradox, that one, don't you think? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But... it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Mears has been lying, are you? Once again, chat, I must ask. Is this Ryunosuke leveraging his single brain cell? Or is this Ryunosuke's brain cell is so far in absentia that he has accidentally stumbled into the truth? Right? Right. I must ask. So, who has the brain cell right now? Is it Ryunosuke seeing through the subterfuge and the talk-abouting to go, hey, that's a lie? Or is this the Wheatley school of dealing with paradoxes, where I know this one, I'm gonna go with true. True. The answer, of course, is 6. I see, Dracon. You understand perfectly. are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. This'll give you something to tremble about. You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Well, the labyrinth here for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was somebody else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. That rotten liar over there. Judge. Judge, you just tried to blow up the witness. Again, a freebie for the defense. This statement is false. Don't think about it, don't think about it. Now, I've heard this one before, I think. I'm gonna go with true. Definitely true. Do you mean to say, did you in fact take yourself to the scene of the crime after all? What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling bare-faced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief. Well, now you come to mention it, so perhaps... I did clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah? Alright, one perjury charge later. Judge. Can you just mark down that we're charging him with perjury later? Please. Please. Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. Yes! The judge remembered that perjury exists! Let's go! For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. Oh, yes, my lord, of course.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. Don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Right, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh please, as if I would. Can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know? Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh please, as if I would. I mean, there's a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. Well, right, just a bit then. I'd have looked to see if there's anything I could sell. So I did give the place once over, but there's nothing to write down about. Right, now I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the nose board by any chance, did you? Oh please, I think I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I ask. The truth, please. Alright then, I thought it might have been something with what happened underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. So I flipped the blasted thing. You were telling us that you did move that board? God, Cosmo's getting so pissed off at them. He deserves it. Cosmo deserves it. Get wrecked, sorry boyfriend. Now you have to deal with witnesses. Now you have to deal with uncooperative witnesses. Fucking... Now you know what Edgeworth feels like. A long and glorious trend of having to deal with Edgeworth's uncooperative witnesses. Even though we're 100 years before Edgeworth, we still have Edgeworth's uncooperative witnesses. How do you become a practitioner of law in the Middle Ages? You do go to university for it. Right. from the 12th or from the 11th century onward, as universities get established, you go to school for it. It's basically graduate program after the quadrivium, and then the trivium, which is basic education, the quadrivium, which is subject education. Law is kind of the next one from that. With that, you apprentice as a barrister with a barrister for practical experience, you know, like a paralegal would.
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft bomb pot! I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then?
Something you might have taken, perhaps? To sell?
Oh, please, I should be so lucky.
The truth now!
I might find this old pocket watch under the nose board, I suppose.
You dropped my face copy with. Ah!
So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it?
Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Grayson from the yard for big case he solved 10 years ago.
The professor case, no doubt.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come out the pub.
I see.
I swiped him off once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it.
She is a police inspector, Her Majestus.
It meant the world to him, but watched it.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then.
It's not all that, though. Took it to Jabez's that night to ask how much it was worth. The old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it, said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Ugh. I knew he should have lifted it.
God, Gina's outfit rules.
That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Not a chance! Swipe it from me if you're trying to get your dropping mitts on it again.
That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. No, children, watch your manners. This is just kindergarten, and the judge is... Good Lord. The glass appears to be broken. More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot.
It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez don't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then.
We suppose the prosecution's claim, of course.
Well, it would appear the mystery of the moving nose board has been solved at last. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Well, I don't know that it had no bearing. Last day we got new evidence.
The gloss over the face really is badly cracked. Look.
What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully.
I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you?
Yes, I should think so.
He's very adept like this. A useful man to have around, in fact.
I can't remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruto. Not an odd job, man.
Yeah, but he needs cash right now. I'm sure I can bribe him. Oh yes, Jabez, a nod to the real name of the pawnbroker in the Red-Headed League, who was the inspiration for the last victim of Brady's Attorney 1. Exactly. Quintabank, based on the... one of the adaptations of Red-Headed League for television. Evolution Granada adaptation. And his name is now being referenced as another pawnbroker in this case. Yay, more Holmes references. Also, chat, have you figured out what the reference... Have you figured out this... one of these witnesses' deals yet? There's obviously Liar, and there is just Beppo, and then there's Gossip. And has anyone figured out Gossip's case yet? Because I'll give you a hint. He's a Sherlock Holmes reference. Epic Sauce? I mean, he is not all that old, nor was he black. But Tobias Gregson was 2 weeks away from moving to Paris. with his trusty former pickpocket sidekick coming along for the ride. Is that close enough? What do you mean we already lost Lestrade? Lestrade's standing right there. Excuse me? What do you think Gina's last name is? You mean Gregson? Correct. After one last case. Before he retires to Paris. Taking his fast and loose former pickpocket detective. These games are great. So Epic Sauce, only Great Ace Attorney 1 and 2 are historical games. Past that, they're just really fun visual novel courtroom sims. And with the unfortunate circumstances of Turnabout Big Top. If you know, you know. There's a tiny stub sticking out from the small hole here, look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that setting time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, probably broke when the instant occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. This could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe? They're great, aren't they, Wolfie? Oh, there's a tiny little keyhole here, can you see it? Oh, yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you just need the right key to wind it, I imagine. I don't know if I've ever seen something. I wonder if I have the key. Yes, yes. Well, we already have the time of that, 5 p.m. Blah 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 blah. Oh, Epic Sauce. Measures are saying that they are super gay is in fact a feature and not a criticism. Because they are super gay, we ship everyone with everyone, as long as they are consenting adults of legal age. And it is good. But it's tiny though. That is a feature. This is a perk of playing these games. This is Otto. Could be the key from Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes it could be. I'll try it at once. Do you need to play the other Ace Attorneys, the other stories in these two? Not at all. This is a prequel by, 100 years. I knew it! A perfect fit! Oh look, the Inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously not just not been wound up, but that's all. What is it, Mrs. Otto? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, the feeling could have profound implications. She's better start thinking deeply too. I mean, seriously, you don't see Cosmo and Ryunosuke as much. They feel more like friends at best. I feel like the problem is that they don't have enough time on screen together, where Cosmo is not deliberately being a jerk. Huh. There it is.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh. At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the Inspector's pocket watch. Right, I still do ship it. Because I think when Cosmo is not busy being a horribly traumatized teenager, he and Ryunosuke are actually very cute together. But like they're going through a rough patch right now. They were dating. Now they've been apart for a bit too long and they're like super awkward about it. And so they're like on a temporary break and then we'll like deal with it later. They'll sort it out later. Right. Key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Council. The watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is when we heard that gunshot.
Right, exactly the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock. Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock, so it's obviously when the crime was committed. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago.
Bulls used to wind it up every evening without fail when I was waiting for this crowd to come out the pub. But yeah, Mr. Dave the last 10 years polishing it and winding it.
And the Wilton that watched it. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. We can reasonably assume therefore they wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't have expected a watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day.
How do you explain it then?
No, we are in London. We are in London in the year of our Lord 1899. But we are in London, having traveled there as an exchange student from Tokyo, the capital city of the Empire of Japan. None of this Japanifornia nonsense. Actual historical places. It's reasonably likely that it's 99, that the game at least wants it to be 99. But there is definitely, the references provide a lot of question marks on that. In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in the room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean. What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Order. Counsel, that is a most extraordinary claim. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really think the Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? On that subject, there's something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death, it's not noted. That's right. Wait a minute, you forget my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I put my hand in a great dirty puddle of blood. Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried, it was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection!
But that blood could have been explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards.
Objection!
Fresh blood could have been poured over the... Does my friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Duh.
Well, it didn't necessarily been human blood, of course.
Suzato has the brain cell.
We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. I propose that you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. Hey, guess what? Chat, this is actually one of the things that Sherlock Holmes actually inspires in forensic science. Right, there's a reason they're harping on this, is that it is really, really, really easy. This is a really famous case of fiction affecting fact. And basically one of the stories, Sherlock Holmes is like, yeah, I can identify that as human blood. And everyone was like, wait, would that actually be really useful? And then they worked on it. And then they figured it out. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So that a chicken's blood could have been used, for example.
It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of the death of the victim has already been called into question, isn't it beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot? Or sorry, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all.
Oh, please, what are you trying to say?
I was not no weird, and there was a loud bang that came from that there room. Now, you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can say with certainty is that you heard a noise. Explain yourself then, counsel. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with...
Take that!
something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. Good gracious, the very fireworks are sold by the witness? Hold on a minute, are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The Vineyard special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the cook can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene. Suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barrock and Zeeks. Only for the match my firecrackers get popped. See, that's why people like them. I feel for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention, something called a, time bomb. Good heavens, a bomb? Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. God, Ryunosuke has the brain cell, and I don't know that I feel good about him. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your approach to phrasing bad may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait, it's so whenever you like part that's important. A timed device? Yes, exactly, a timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device was able to reduce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your traveling game will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that the time device was employed to create the gunshot sound? Is there anything else significant here? No. I just want to check the other stuff first. Nothing significant there.
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip from the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. Indeed, it was struck by the victim, bullet which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because of the scorching. The gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry room? That's right, there was, but as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching of the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks? How can that be, eh? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. But to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers would join together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at the point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. If Rickson was shot at such a distance, should there be a bullet and blood on the wall? There should be a bullet hole and blood on the wall. You are all correct, chat. If he was shot in this location, at this time, at that range, there should be more evidence for it. Well, what a plot. And this implies the victim could have died earlier than we've led to believe. The previous day, even. Now, just hold your horses. All of us here saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously anybody can wear a wig, so the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say?
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer.
Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noticed the lack of time of death in the report. A stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be discussed. Ired. Oh, Magistressa. If there's an anime adaptation of this, I feel like they should obviously do that. Just absolutely rustic. Prosecutor Asobi, what on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we can't allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture, but while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore that. Well, certainly, I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing, and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the Yard? However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Didn't you, by the way? My learned friend? I do have a feeling about which case he might be investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident?
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have been a standout in the crowd, except that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, he'd already worked it out. What on earth is this about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A deception of what nature, counsel? That they've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for these 2 men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads? Inspector Grayson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to most serious events. I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least. Prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charge man to appear. Bring the 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asobi. At once, my lord. Very good. We'll have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Alright, chat. We are going to push on one more section, which means it's going to be like a 6-hour stream, which is a lot. But we are going to push on one more section. So we're going to, basically, here's the new plan. Right, there's no way we're going to finish all of Case 4 today. We've already been going for almost 5 hours, my voice will not last that long. So we're going to do one more, and then we are going to roll the end of Case 4 into Case 5 next week, and then we'll stream again on Tuesday before I fly out of the country to finish off the entire thing. Okay? I think that's our plan for scheduling. So... let me get some food real quick, because I am hungry, and half the pizza was not enough. And I will be back in just a sec for one more section here. Hail Hydrate.
Oh, there you are, Otto.
What kept you, my dear fellow?
Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes? I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina.
As was I. Possibly more shocked than both of you.
It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes.
But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it?
Yes, it's strange there was no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission? Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it must be in mind of the last case we worked on Dr. Saif. I know. Anyway, it seems on the day before Lord Van Zix discovered his body, Inspector Grayson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them? Come to think of it. You had trouble with these leakmen too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You're taking it by that trick.
No. Naturally, I wasn't taken as you put it. My sleuth-hunt interest was piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose.
The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? And Mr. Sholmes is sweet on you.
That's right, Sis. And it was me what took him in. Thanks to a tip of a good and law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly.
So it's going to be that pair on the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me though. The day before Inspector Grayson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them?
Well, likely explanation would be that Grayson's own sleuth-hunt interest would be with a rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
Don't talk with the same brush as you, Sholmes.
Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Grayson being investigated by Lord Van Zix for some reason.
The Reaper of the Red-Headed League, Inspector Grayson, Lord Van Zix.
And Kazuma. Feels as though he knew he'd arrive at this point somehow.
Gosh, I think you're right.
What's he really trying to achieve here today? Well, the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. The recess will be over very shortly.
Yes, you're right.
Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense.
Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder?
I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet.
Are you ready then, Miss Susato?
Yes! Blah 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 blah. I drove the two men into the courtroom. Now, who let the short Italian eat in the courtroom? These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court.
I am Fabien de Rousseau,
Resident of the great Rousseau family from Nice en France.
And my name is Peppino de Rossi.
I am the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. Both of their names are the Red. Just for the record. The two men first became acquainted at the boarding school for European nobility.
It's also coverage of the 10 as the future leaders of Europe.
But
you have any idea how boring it is to be born with never blood? Ah, Lord. I made it my mission to get to the battlefield by pointing to the little grey cells of my brain. So that's all I'm trying to do? So that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Well, you could say that. Not bad, eh? Yes, the grand ideals, but the petty plans. The stunning combination is at the charm of the hilarious brothers. See you, couple? Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you. Okay, I don't want to tell me one of your grand anecdotes. Viva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Que bella, there it is. The capo's Talampa card, the furrow brow. It's deep, capo? The furrow and the meaning of your words. The court has been let to open under the banner of the Red-Headed League. You are conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Okay, c'est ça. What exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Los, I will explain. No, capo. Leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? A school new routines for this without pit. The capo, you're his main time behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi fountain. Ah, so sucks. One day, so will respect us redhead. Every night we bury us. Sepiran Pepino. Enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. A week before the parks put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Ouais, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at the park specified in the advertisement. For each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And was the one to fuss. It was the plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned that anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a coster's orange barrel. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, Lazy Man spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Well, I've seen more red people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See. And then I recognize that the Capo's head, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The day for our trial is not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of the men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. Grossi, you will now give your formal testimony to the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph, eh, Capo? No, I do not remember him. Obviously he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park. Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us. You have not to answer for it, Peppino. It's your fault that we got caught in the first place. Well, one of those statements is obviously suspicious. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Wait, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like a list came to the park. This I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for grand deception, however. Accordingly, of course, there's little confidence in your assurances. What? In this attitude, we gotta know what, huh?
really is sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Right-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. There's another similar event on the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Reason was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Very well. Let me proceed with the cross-examination now. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Explain. What do you mean by that? Cavolo, you promised not to say, eh, Capo? After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops. See, but it is a mistake to make, huh? The first, the 31st. Oh, I have no sympathy for you. We went all day there for support because of your stupidity. Because of this, that's the so-called great red-headed detective. Caught us. Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. It is only punishment, eh? Peppino, for the last time. This is not only punishment. This is only your fault. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a pasta. And I've seen the evidence. Holy moly. I think I need to... I think this is just a press everything. I think this is a press everything.
Hold it!
1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle, right as I come over from all over the capital. See, the capo here is the magnetismo anale, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. I could be born again and be the capo. Also speak for what does the money, Pepito, the £4 per week. Are you suggesting you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? Well, exactly that, because I think one of them paid us 5 shillings. Yes, at the start of this case, Sherlock Holmes had bright red hair, and he briefly had bright blue hair. We take their names, and we take their money, and we take their address as well. And we take some days to let them know by a post a finito. And 2 minuti apparency. Start early in the morning and we stop late in the night. So you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? It's a small fortune. Who would have thought that there would be 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair.
Hold it!
He doesn't look at all familiar? No, I don't think so, and this is the wig, eh? He was trying to trick us, unlike the people who tried to trick the other people. Says the con artist. And between them, they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair. It'd be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, no, senora, I may be small. My memory is very large, I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I don't think this man was in the park. She's not going to give this court a definite, it seems. Ah, Capo, you did see a man like this, huh?
Hold it!
But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Why is this true? Might as well be anywhere at the end of the day. Surely then you can't even remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally the redhead are very distinctive, eh? Not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. That is just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe we would recall. So that is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, eh? I saw about with a piece, but my mustache doesn't match the color, so I didn't think I could have forgotten him. Because once that these two had only been shown that photograph and they've been told nothing else at all. Let them just one other detail. For example... I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had his red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation, but if I told you the man's name was Gregson,
Samantha's photograph is a Monsieur Gregson? Yes. Names are boring. I did not listen to any of them. Oh. Not a real interview, eh? It was just for a show. Why do I remember the names? So like, this changes nothing. Samantha's photograph was not there, as we have already said. I see. Was that what you said before, Peppino? See, Capo, see. I say again and again. Alright. Look.
Hold it!
You did take their names and addresses. Yeah. But I guess that doesn't matter, so it's whatever. Fish and chips. I can certainly do. What about if I told you the man was always munching on a pack of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really, I was only like I said to the applicants. Don't notice the fish and chips same always knows the caviar and smoked salmon. Oh, the spaghetti. Me, I love the spaghetti. I noticed. Really? I had no idea. Tilson ago? Okay. No. Shocking, I know. The fish and chips did nothing.
Hold it!
One more time, this time with that police detective info, because that's obviously important. The man is a photograph, a detective? It would appear he found your nose in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. I'm sorry, but this changes nothing.
Excuse me!
Something to add, Mr. Torossi? Okay, see, I'm always adding something. Parmesan on the bell pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? What did you just say about the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You all said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? The Rosman said that I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Look at the box. Look at the long tails. Explain this volte-face in your testimony. Nope. Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness. Very simple, the man was out of work. There was no such man. Madei, what did you say, Capo? Have you forgotten, like? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody likes this game to apart. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me out of anything, but not two, the memory and the meals. Like I said, by the time to eat of the pasta known as a pasta. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up! The damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. Oui, there was a man who came from the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looks nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, its face was completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was a young guy. His face was clean-shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thin. No resemblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled, so I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you're really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here doesn't take any nonsense, eh? Are you a cop? If you have to tell me if you're a cop. Literally, that you have to tell me you're a cop if you're a cop of undercover of the 1890X. But he also helped out, he said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? Most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord. Total, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely, why would he expose his true identity? Clearly the papers were fake. Certo, capo, you're certo, capo. Yes. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, "You are under investigation." So I took his paper from him and chased him out of the park.
Oh, it's fantastical. And look, here is the identification. So you stole it from the man? He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said that he was. Indeed, the person described would not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe we're prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. But I like them. Now, let's not return to the witness's testimony. Let's take a look at this. Metropolitan Police warrant card. Let's just open that up real quick. Well, it's just, you know, casual like. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something clicked out. Yeah, it's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? Scotland Yard insignia. Looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you done those? Do you mean to say? No, it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all? Uh-oh. So they are Gregson's papers.
Objection!
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? My Miss Lestrade. What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake or is it genuine?
Objection!
That's the question, which we obviously can't answer ourselves. And don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective will allow his or her identification to be stolen. But he's the boss's! No question about it! Duh, it can't be! As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson carrying out an incognito investigation. The law! Order! Well, if the boss had his identification stolen, I'd report it straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you need something to report at once, he'd say. Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? Hey, what are you saying? Unable to? You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No! The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? I know nothing! I know nothing! Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you could behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? No, I wish I had returned to Italia. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise I... Lonely! Stop your whine and start talking! I know nothing! I don't know nothing! Chad. The two stories of these cases, run through all of the rest of Case 4, and all of Case 5. If you think we are anywhere close to the end of this, oh no. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances in which you came by them. Yeah, Wolfie, go get some sleep. Go get some sleep. We are not that far from the end of today's stream. Probably, I don't know, half an hour, 40 minutes? So, please do get rest. You will not have missed that much. For crying out loud. Boo! Can we boo Ryunosuke as Wolfie leaves? Boo this man! Boo! Boo these puns! Slutligen tog prisnäkat och prisnäkat av cykeln. It was always in secret real detective. I was too good to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to us. So it might have been a little tussle we didn't know of, and so next morning we let him go. We spent the night in the nice room. It wasn't nothing like prison, really. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man. Like, no, see, no. It was not like a prison. It was a very comfortable and a calm and a happy. And Capo? It was never part of my plan. I swear it. Oh, so you think it was my fault, eh? Just got the date of the ferry wrong by one little a day. I do not think it was your fault, but you know, I know it. No. Per favore, Capo. It's not fair. I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Got to for the first proceed with cross-examination. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Oh, that was nothing, just a minor incident. The false inspector is a real piece of the work, eh, Capo? What's happened? Oh, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room. What does he do? In the middle of the night, he tried to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him? We chased him, Bensil, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? So, do you think we are? Of course not. You think they got hold of him again and took him back to the room?
Excuse me.
But if he was still alive the night before, we would find his watch, wouldn't he? You think? Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong? Hi, me? Something Mr. DeRosso said just seemed to make you, well, seemed to mark it even more strangely than usual. What was that about? Cavolo, I thought like this you don't want to have the capo after you leave. Speaking from personal experience. Personal experience? So it doesn't help if he knows I still need to say more. The truth is, the night before we went to the red-headed leaf plantation, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame he didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like a turbine, eh? And dragged me like that I was kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, capo? Bruises, you say? Ah, you wanna see it? Wanna see my fantastical bruises? So that's enough now, Papito. Don't want to look at any part of you. What did I do? I show you or I don't? I show you or I don't? You do! Now! Allora, everyone wants to see then I do it. Ecco, you see it's still very visible, eh? The red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house? See, the capo sometimes is very loud. I said that's enough! Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. Yes, what is your opinion, Counsel? Mr. DeRosa, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. Aye, Capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say. Yeah. See, if you really wanted to know. He tried to escape the Capo, put the collar on him and tried back to the what he did to me, see?
Objection!
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like this. It was only a present. It was an invitation to stay. It was only. However you describe it, there's one blind inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, Counsel? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. Let me look at the collar of the man Mondic. Saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, I would expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi. Indeed, that is most peculiar. But what I tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning many times. Why Peppino is right, the man in the photograph is someone different to the man we held captive that night. Like, Mr. Gossips? Order! It would appear that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how to explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector made a note about the red-headed leak in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually counted an imposter, and that person coming to be in possession of the real Inspector's identification, does the defense have some plausible explanation, Counsel? The whole thing defies explanation. It's for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruto, because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. If one that points to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the red-headed leak's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious. Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruto. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Monsieur de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi? Though it seems incredible, I admit the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up there has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the next question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's alright, we tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the couple dragged him from a pillar to a post with a dog collar. Mon Dieu, Papino, it's not so harsh as you say, huh? So who was that father so inspector? Hey, who was he? Clearly the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. Must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson?
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that? One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passengers.
Objection!
What on earth would a street celebrity doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? See, this man is not for the red-headed league, eh? He's looking for the twisted lip league, no? Hey look, name drop, chat. If you haven't figured it out yet, Gossip is a direct Sherlock Holmes reference to the plot of The Adventure of the Twisted Lip, in which stuff happens. Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. Eh? What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to the other witness beside him. Now what's going on here, eh? What was that? This me? It's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. Something about the inspector again. I'm telling you, you got all wrong as usual. Was there nothing all knowledge of it? Of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to tell back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We are in big trouble, eh, Capo? That's quite a dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. Yep, we have even more testimony. So much testimony. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. It's right, see, you think we'll forget those grand lips, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in red-headed leaf. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've no kinfolk with nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Just to carry off a disguise with a face like this? Thank you. I'm pretty sure this one's supposed to press everything, so we're gonna start pressing everything.
Hold it!
So you say, how can you be quite so certain? There's no need to get hands on the desk, Monsieur, so the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. It looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your friend's collar. What with your words is like you're trying to rig my neck. It doesn't look very much like my neck, no, eh? No, this is a birthmark, lad. Biggest lives in London and a neck to die for. Aye, they broke the mold when they maybe. Was the first time in my life. I feel lucky to have one whistle like that. But being Japanese made you stand out of number. So, you maintain you have never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I slightly beige the flames in my F. So, feels pride is outrun the frustration with your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
Never. So, you heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You're not getting out like gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business now what's going on in town. I saw that tasty tidbit for a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwiched a couple for it. Oh, he does have a very red nose if that counts. Who knows? Boo! Boo! Well, you can see my eye has not got any red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. Or case may sign off to some other part of town.
Is that so?
No, sir, not likely.
Excuse me!
Monsieur De Rosa? Louis, can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? I was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a smart house or something. Be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes? I visited the housing agent on 9th Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip? With a housing agent? Well, he had some kind of contract in his hand as they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. Never let Fresno Street me, like I said before. Missing me for someone else. Someone with the same face. No, the capo was right, I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes has so much money, so I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, there's a man he knows. He tells you he has a no name. In fact, his name is Hugh Boone, huh? He's better than Mr. Gossip, I think. See? No! I peddle tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. Oh, I don't know much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. It was not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial. Assuming no objections? Many objections! I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. I'm glad they didn't make us actually click that button, because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious. Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never. In what capacity? Hugh Boone, the name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. Suppose that might be the case, So your real name is Hugh Boone? Well, just between us. I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no fire peddler tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down Bankside townhouse. You do? Once every 6 months I go and pay the rent to the agent on 9th Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. Hey, if Alabas is vulgar, it's not me. Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. We'll update your test manager to leave this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. Uh-huh.
Objection!
Boo. Doesn't like that. Tragic. I'm ahead of the game again. A classic thing. Right, I get very slightly ahead of the...
Hold it!
Very slightly ahead of the game on its logic. So, you live in that room, presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? That's not bad, is that? Just a desk? Then, why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. And how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to? That board's not mine. Fact must have brought it along. So only the other bits and bobs belong to me at the desk and the chair and that. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there, in your room? Well, obviously, I'm not the faintest idea. I mean, it's caused me no end of bother, to be honest. Seems to me that Mr. Boone would rather as little know about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. Ow.
Objection!
I've no kinfolk or nothing. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it. Well, by the way, is among these sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Although the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. It is simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No matter the disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. But what if we were to look at this the other way around? Yeah, the final Resolve Pursuit theme frickin' slaps. This music goes hard. Yes, Counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Would you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Good Witness, still hide the truth for us?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it his true identity must be.
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person who could be.
My lord!
The defense believes he can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court.
No, please, no.
Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Ah! You don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. Has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Shaw's. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil.
What?
From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course on that night you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night you were reported by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses of the case, we need to know where we can find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who has been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, just you hold on a minute. I don't know what I'm talking about, really. It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please.
Bailiff, bring soap, sponge, and a wash bowl at once. Monsieur de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will restrain the witness. Don't... Wait, my lord. See, my lord. Oh yeah, we're animating this.
No, stop. Get off, please. Don't!
This is basically, like, bit for bit, the plot of The Adventure of the Twisted Lip. Person's gone for a short, but gone for an unusual amount of time, though, in this case, still not very long. Turns out, was fired from his job ages ago, took to begging, found out he really liked it. Oh no, he's hot. Is he though? He's not hot. It's more like he's just there. Right, there's literally nothing distinctive about him. He's just perfectly, pleasantly milquetoast. I'm Magistrate Sir. Mr. Neville St. Clair is looking great. We're now seeing your true features, I presume. Mr. Neville St. Clair is looking great. No, Blues. It's not... Yes, there are much hotter guys in this game, but there's also much hotter gays in this game. Ah, he got a bath. Yes. Yes, he did. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. Like, he's not hot. He's just kind of like milquetoast sad boy hot. He's like milquetoast sad boy hot. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. There's all been a very elaborate deception. So, wait, tell the court. Have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question.
This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary. He'd have had a small band of Tumblr fangirls in the 2010s? Exactly. Hey, Miss Rousseau and Rossi. Red and Red. We love their names being the Red Ones and the Red Ones.
On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Grayson who appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi in the park
was you, disguised as the Inspector, or rather, was you posing as the Inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the Chief Warder at Barclay Prison. The Chief Warder? In your career had promise. Why, you'll be quite possibly become the future governor of the prison. Wouldn't have been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am daily vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from?
Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented.
Well, surely there's a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago, now that my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end.
God! But wait, this is the testimony music, but the... Holy crap, this is ominous.
Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation, one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street.
But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone. I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
The scene of this very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler. I transformed myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine.
God, there's so much of a better explanation than the Twisted Lip, where he's able to support a middle-class family on begging, instead of this, where he's working as a secret operative, but also by begging. Like, he makes a tasty amount of money off of begging. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it.
Why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them?
Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything.
Still, one thing doesn't add up. Not how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing judgment, even at 6 cents apiece. You couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warrior at the prison. Yeah, that's why you pay in advance, Magistrate Trissa. Out of a town of 6 million, there's always a new sucker. Very true. You've kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth?
It was some years after I'd invented Boone and become my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day.
Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family, and from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
A secret? What was it?
I was to impersonate the inspector.
What? Impersonate him? Visit Orchis tomorrow and take a statement for the We always met in the little room so he could brief me, blah blah blah.
There's always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
Was Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquished the identification into your care with intent to deceive? Yes, that's a reference to Baroness Archie, the writer of the Scarlet Pimpernel. Amazing. We love the references. We love the references. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What's the point of you impersonating him?
I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blabber about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up croaking. He doesn't have a photo on his idea. Photos aren't common on IDs in this period. The paperwork is just like a signed passport with identification details in it. No photo.
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office room.
So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Line Street was really...
Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and I went as instructed to the park armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away.
Well, Oseman's confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Osogi. When learned the friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his cross was discovered at the hands of these two red-headed League men where they imprisoned the inspector.
But no, that can't be.
Look at this sad boy. Look at this soft, sad boy. Completely and totally unable to get a good solid...
After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me. Oh, goodness.
Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the matter of the inspector.
And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it.
What? Ah! Hands like tofu. Order! Indeed, it would appear we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim, as proven somewhat ironically by the defense. I mean, true, they do actually genuinely have no. We might call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Yes, Kazuma? Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I'd like to pose one further question to the witness.
Kazuma?
What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe it would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time.
10 years ago?
The execution of the professor, Genshin Asagi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Answer me, man! One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel?
Kazuma?
You're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual.
Poor Kazuma-sama, no wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago will tell the tale of Genshin Asagi's last moments. His own father.
I know. I do understand that. But even so... Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. For some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Is there anything else relevant? God, is that it? That is the only piece of evidence here. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruto? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time. But have I forgotten the reason why you left such an important job? Yes, you're right. And not only that. This video's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why I have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, steal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't. Kazuma-sama? But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He needs to expose the truth. At any cost. Perhaps I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this.
Take that!
Also, this is bad. Chat, I am also not a licensed mental health professional. However, to the best of my knowledge, do not do this. This is on the level of Miles Edgeworth at his very most garbage. And actually, it's almost identical to Miles Edgeworth at his very most garbage. Also, what we did with Miss Green, right? But like, what Miles Edgeworth does in fucking 2-4 to Adrian Andrews. It's, yeah. Do not randomly expose people to mental block trauma. Do that, leave that to mental health professionals at all times. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me, do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. Huh? What? It's mine? God, I cannot get over what a soft boy hears. So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Berkeley. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure I tendered my resignation, but dismissal notice is nonsense. It isn't. It's... If you are forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining reports, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June, 10 years ago. On that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison.
17th of June.
Was that the professor's execution? Professor... As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings.
It does sound familiar.
And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave.
The convict came back to life.
In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
However, the witness claims that the moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet that pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes.
Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, another memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June 10 years ago, and now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil?
Yes. The whole prison, it was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane.
What? What? Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images. Screams. My goodness. The papers. There were reports. Articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? Logate Cemetery at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had to happen there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom?
Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is all coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
I'm sorry, Daly. This is a serious business, but can I help you now? As chief warder, you're responsible for overseeing the execution of four, eh? Well, it seems the fellows of Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank, and next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our country's history.
Trigger chat. Content warning of suicide. Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
And that is where we'll leave off for the day. What a dark place to be ending on. We'll finish up case 4, figure out, what the hell is happening, and start up case 5, the final trial. All next time, and then probably on the 28th, probably have a nice long stream to finish off. So, you just got here? Oh, incredible shock, I'm sorry about that. This is a fairly heavy case. We had some good history talks, we also have a lot of plot happening, so I highly recommend going back. I'm sorry you just got here, but I have been live for 6 hours. I'm afraid I must be off. So, a big thanks to all of our patrons here who made this stream and all others possible. If you want to join them, do head over to patreon.com/ludohistory, and you can do that for as little as $2 a month. Also, big thanks to everyone who followed and subscribed, gifted subs during this stream. I mega appreciate it. We will be back on Tuesday. I am so excited for Tuesday, because we are going to be looking at Age of Empires 4's educational mode. And joining me for that will be Jeremiah McCall, one of the foremost scholars of teaching with historical games in the world. And so he's going to be joining us. So that's going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 7 p.m. UK time. So I hope you will all make time to join me. I know it's a Tuesday afternoon. Timing's potentially a bit weird, but that's when I have time. But we'll be going through that for a couple of hours. So I highly, highly recommend stopping by, asking questions, and we'll take a look at, what a couple of professional historians at the University of Arizona have been able to do with Age of Empires 4, a game that is, I don't think, really all that well suited to teaching history with. So, please, tell friends, get people here. I want that to be a big stream. I really want that to be a big stream to get a lot of attention on it, because it's cool that he agreed to do this. So, I hope you'll all join me then. Otherwise, I hope you all have a good rest of your night, and we'll catch you on the next stream, okay? Good night.